Okay, hello again, everybody. Sorry about the mess. Let's see if I can get my cast back up. Oh, but I'm not playing Valhalla, so... All right, excuse me. So SLF 1009, just as a thank you for your advice. So I took a look. My antivirus is updated as of this morning. I think the last scan I did was yesterday. So it seems like I mean, obviously the antivirus I could be using is wrong, but I think this is probably more a system problem. Um, but I will do a little more thorough search when I'm not casting for you guys. Fortunately, this is purely a gaming machine. You had to get Hitman just to find it. Okay, cool. I will definitely check that out then. Um, But yeah, I know one thing I didn't realize was so my primary work computer is my Mac laptop, the one that I used to be casting on. And basically, the um, like I will sometimes, like for convenience, use the install um, install on another machine from. Yeah, no, it's absolutely right. I mean, there's no way of knowing, right? SLF. So it's absolutely possible. One of the things that I think could also be a cause, and I've had it admittedly on a different version of Windows, but I know when I So I'm first going to get rid of this turret, just so I'm not talking about computer stuff the whole time. I'm first going to take out this turret because I figure that will give me enough time to have all the excitement from the combat die down. I really don't have any better solutions in terms of how to take this thing out. I suppose the other thing I could try and do would be to get my infiltrator to cloak, get behind it, and then just destroy it that way. But that seems like something that'll take a really long time. I think it's just a little bit easier to take out, one of these guys, move them behind, and let them wipe out the turret that way. I mean, this guy's coming exactly where I want him to be, so that shouldn't be too difficult. But yeah, one of the things I noticed is that I tend to install a lot of my games remotely from using the Steam sort of mobile client. Yeah, the fact that he's got that pack doesn't let me do anything. So I guess I need to assassinate him. Oop. That's Dracogenic, so I don't want to do anything right now. Nor can I, because I've got a jammer in the area. But what I notice is that it does not install on my hard drive. It installs on my SSD, which is already quite full. So like what I'll do is I'll use my SSD for maybe some of the games that I think will have some longer load times and I want to stream. Because obviously in that case, I'd like to keep the number of times that I'm looking at a loading screen for you guys to a minimum. But I guess the catch or the consequence of that is, I tend to use up quite a few of those resources. And what I notice is that if I've kind of used it to sort of the max that they recommend. I know they always say on your primary hard drive you should have a certain amount available. And what I noticed was when I started having these problems, I was pretty much into the red area on the hard drive, and that's historically been what's caused those problems for me. And so I'm thinking I just need to go through a little bit of a deep clean. The problem is I've got so many like save games and things like that on stuff on my SSD. And I mean, they're like 60 gigabyte games, so I don't really want to re-download them and stuff like that. But But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that's the problem. But I didn't know that that was the behavior consistent with a keylogger, and so clearly I want to absolutely eliminate that as a possibility. I don't want even the most remote chance of that being the case, because I mean, even if I don't really have anything exciting for people to look at, that's never good. I'm certainly not going to be. I'm not going to be thinking about the possibility that somebody could be reading what I'm typing at the time. So yeah, I do appreciate tips like that, just because again, I'm not a very sophisticated Windows user at all. All right, so stage 1 is I'm going to be very slow and all right, we'll see if I can take, yep, okay, so he's going to be coming back to where I want him to be. Don't think this guy will see me, because we do have a height advantage on him. Now what'll be really encouraging is I'm just going to take this guy back here, and I'm actually going to wait. We'll see if this guy still hangs around. Looks like he isn't. So in this case we just YOLO it. Unfortunately, he's a little bit out of range for this, but he's not... I don't need to worry so much about getting this guy on a hack, because in the end I just want to take down this turret, and he's not doing any damage to me. And looks like these are Dracogenics guys, which is nice because this is basically going to cause a bit of a firefight. It's bad for me because it's going to cause a lot of activity here, but they are basically going to cancel each other out. They're going to wind up, taking out each other. It looks like nobody really cares about the defense of the turret. My guy is still at max health. And so what I'm going to do here, he is taking a bit of damage, so I'm going to take advantage of the confusion to run out. And if he perishes, so be it. But if he gets away scot-free, then I can just use him a little bit later in the mission. And I'm thinking that he's going to be able to escape. Oops. Because there are other people looking after him. Nope. Okay, so let's just send him away for cloning then. And in the meantime, we're just going to enjoy the fireworks. Now, Fugazi, when you say you have some rollers to do, like, is this like rolling coins? I didn't quite, I wasn't quite familiar with the term rollers. This is actually kind of interesting. So it looks like Dracogenics are just clobbering these guys. I'm kind of curious what happens when they go deep into the complex. It's not something I would want to follow just because these guys in the end are going to attack me if they see me inside here, but this is going to be kind of interesting to see how they behave. It's a shame there's so many of them because this would be a really ideal point to get inside the building. But again, the lesson out of all of this is patience. So let's see if I can get away with a little sneaking. Okay, nope. Oh wow, I didn't even see them there. Okay, yeah, we don't want any part of this. Fortunately, it's all Dracogenics guys, so I'm probably helping the Eternals deal with that. One of the reasons why this mission is so difficult for me, in your case, it got so bad that you blue screened and your tech friend told you the info he gave you, and he was right. It had been there for a while and damaged your keyboard driver. Oh, that's really cool of you, SLF. Sorry, do you mean like casting-wise or do you mean strategy-wise? Either way, I'm very happy to get the compliment, but alright, so looks like we might be stuck into a loop here. It looks like it's my number 1 guy who's causing that problem, so... And let's take number 4 out of the picture as well. Now, it looks like that thing's basically got infinite... let me just take a quick look. So faire, I know the verb faire. Thanks. Yeah, no, this is the biggest this is the biggest problem that I run into, is that especially streaming wise. Oh, like Fugazi, you're talking about something you can put on your feet, right? I believe in Canada we would call them roller skates or roller blades. Yes, yes, I know exactly what you're talking about. All right, so there's no hope of putting an end to this. We're gonna have to take out the flying thing at least. Again, we're very lucky that the Eternals are fighting. So in this case, we got away. Basically, we got that hostile for free. Nobody's going to be looking inside this corner here. They're all kind of clustered up in this spot. Now, again, there's still an alarm going off inside the building, so I'm going to have to deal with the stealth part. Yeah, so basically what's happened here, I need to, make sure the temperature falls off on my... Actually, I don't really need to worry about the VIP because I'll be moving them elsewhere. These guys, are they going to walk away on their own, or as long as they don't go inside this building, I'll be okay. Looks like they've given up, so that's good. That is a lot of them, by the way, so... what I'm doing differently this time around is I'm not bringing the VIP in with me, because I would much rather sort of clear out some... Actually, you know what? I am going to bring the VIP because it just occurred to me it's going to be very hard to get him past all that security if I have to wait a long time. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the hiding. And we're just going to... Again, the key to this approach... Excellent. All right. Great. Not another Canadian. Your best friend lives in Ontario. Well, Leslov, I live on the West Coast right now, but it's looking more and more likely that I will be working for my nation's statistical agency. And so the advantage here is that all right, this guy's probably going to wind up heading down. Okay, I really need to get inside. So I don't know what that guy's going to wind up doing. If he turns the corner, this is going to be very awkward. Yes, okay. So I think the best approach is to... I'm going to keep to the left as much as I can. Ah, damn it. Okay, I just screwed that all up. I think we just need to get out of this complex right now. So we'll see. Yeah, as it turns out, this guy would have gone into a spot, which is bad for us anyway. So again, we just wait out at the front. The thing that I kind of want to do here is... Oh yeah, so anyways, I may be moving from the West Coast to Ontario with your friend. Well, obviously not with your friend, but in the same area. Your best friend lives in Montreal. I have a friend who... so he used to work in quality assurance for Electronic Arts. And looks like I've been caught. So let's just run back to the... Let's start. So again, this is going to get a little unnecessary attention to me over here, but I don't think it's going to be the end of the world. Again, we'll just wait for the heat to die off, and then we'll head back. But so the fundamentals of what I'm trying to do here, if they're not apparent, because I've really blown it so many times, will be to sort of slice this up into kind of the fixed points that I can. Part-time at UB. Very nice. Yeah, my friend returned to the West Coast to do narrative work. So he is a writer for certain games, and a very good one actually. He tends to work on more children's-oriented things, so not stuff that I'd be directly, not something I directly interact with. But he has also done a couple of independent, like browser-based narrative games. And he certainly has a knack for You know, he certainly has a knack for, you know, engaging somebody with a particular narrative. It's really interesting to see him work. I know I have tried in the past to get some kind of collaboration as far as game design goes, but hey, Dick Kitless. I am well. I've been streaming all night. I mean, I've reset the counter because I had to reset the game. You'll notice, by the way, so much smoother now. So definitely those resource problems were causing me grief. Okay, so if I can run behind these guys, this is actually a really nice opportunity because it's going to be a big batch of enemies who are not patrolling. I mean, if I was really bold, I would, you know, take over one and assassinate another and so on and so forth. This is actually one that I'm willing to risk a little bit of running for. But what I'm going to basically wait for is I'm going to wait for them to get about this, on this side. So they're not looking in the right spot. Actually, these guys are bringing up the back. This is definitely a little riskier than I want. Okay, I got away with it. So nobody's on the ground level here. So now we're going to run to this camera. And what we need to do is we need to disable it before it triggers an alarm. So we're getting close. All right, we're in. And yeah, nobody is in the patrol route right now. So we're going to have to move very quickly. And we're going to disable these cameras. I think we're actually going to disable the next set as well. It depends how, kind of depends how bold I want to be. I think I'm going to get number 4 to, oh, I have to use the hacker for that. Okay, never mind. Okay, so again, I'm not worried about this because I've already done the mission where I, oh, you know what? I didn't bring number 5 with me. Those kinds of mistakes can be very costly. Yep, so number 5 is going to get caught. Oh no, I got away with it. Okay, good. I'm just going to move up closer. I don't quite know what the eye line is for this area, but it looks like we've gotten away with it. So the challenge with this one is I can't take him over because he's a jammer. What I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to rely on intelligent movement, or I'm going to need to wait for him to sort of get out of his...
I would never want to belong to any club.
Somebody just followed. Like SLF 1009, thank you very much for that follow. I really appreciate it. The Canadian streamer you mod for is in Vancouver, but will be moving back to Toronto. May I ask what streamer that is, SLF 1009? I actually know a couple of Vancouver streamers, although none that fit that description, so it's probably not somebody I'm familiar with. But yeah, sorry, Deculus. I guess I didn't really say, give my proper hi to you. So we're doing more satellite rain. Ah, crap. Ah, that was going so well. All right. We have to take him out, so weapons out. As soon as we can take this guy out, what we're going to do next is we're going to take over this guy. We need to eliminate this jammer, though. Like, that's priority number 1. As soon as he's down, then we get to take out this guy, and then we follow with the... Alright, great. Okay, so while the hacker's doing that... Okay, so everybody goes in, takes out the droid. Number 2's taking a lot of damage, so let's get him. Okay, so next step that we need to do, hacker needs to run and open the door for us, because we're sitting ducks at this point. We actually need to move. We need to move a little more intelligently. And we're basically just going to run... We're going to run around the corner. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this Exodus guy and I'm going to use him as kind of a sacrifice. So again, I'm going to basically focus... I'm going to get all of their attention to work on this. Hopefully... Oh no, they see me, so that grenade did nothing. Okay, so at this point I basically just need to man up and... make this all happen. Fortunately though, I can let this guy start doing some work. Nothing we can really do about this. At this point I just need to start taking some guys out. Oh, damn it, the hacker died. Okay, this is gonna get really, really tight for a bit. I really need my tank up front doing all this. Yeah, I'm gonna lose too many people on this. This is no good. So again, I'm trying to hack this this heavy here, because as soon as I can take him out of the picture, we are good. In fact, we also get something to deal with that turret for free. We have to eliminate this guy who's raising the alarm. Okay, good. That was way, way, way too close for comfort. But we're in a fantastic spot right now. In fact... that's hooked. That's hooked up to the wrong spot. Okay, well, good news is... Whoa! I do not want the VIP moving there. So this guard isn't under suspicion right now, and this place is completely open at the moment. So what I get to do... you don't drop names, even if you ask you, whisper it to you sometime. Oh no, yeah, that's totally fine. I'm okay with that. Oh my god, Kite, yes! I'm sure you'll have noticed in the Slack there's some unfortunate... there's a bit of unfortunate news inside the Panda Slack. That wasn't by choice, unfortunately. But it is what it is, right? If you have any questions for me, I'll answer them as best as I can. Unfortunately, some people that we both like, there's some problems with. But if you don't want to know any more about it, that's totally fine too. But I can definitely let you know that was not by choice. That came as a surprise to me. But yeah, SLF 1009, like if it's a question in terms of decorum for my stream, I always encourage, if any of you are streamers, let me know. I'd love to shout you out. If you just want to whisper that to me, I'm totally fine with that too. I really respect people who... Oh man, this guy doesn't have any ammo left. You're useless to me! But yeah, if you want to keep it to yourself, I totally get it, and I completely respect that position. So, I mean, what I might be able to do is get my soldier around the corner. Let's drop a... We'll drop a Harden, and we run around the corner. Yeah, we got away with it, so... Oh, we got people coming on. We really need to get... Ah, no. The alert's up. Alright. Drop him. Oh, actually, what we need to do... He's alerting people, so we gotta hack him. We're working on a hardwire here, so that thing's taken out now. Looks like my hacker got interrupted while trying to take over this guy, though. So, fortunately, though... Okay, we've alerted the guards, so now we need to run around the corner. Yeah, so the big gambit on that massive firefight that happened was I needed to survive long enough that the people who would respond wouldn't... I'm actually gonna... Oh no, not the VIP again. Damn it. Get in there. I kind of want to use this guy as a sacrificial lamb. What's the old saying? If you want to get rich, start a religion? No kidding. These guys have a very nice chunk of petty cash laying around. Or should I say they had. It's all ours now. We can spend that on a few upgrades or ammo. Or hey, speaking of that, looks like the Eternals have a few caches scattered around in case recruitment drive turns ugly. I'll upload you a few coordinates for you. Let's check it out and see what else we can yoink. So we got 15,000 for that. It may not be apparent what I was trying to do. Alright, well, again, the guy's trying to alert, so we hack him. Okay, looks like we didn't succeed in either of those hacks, so that's a little bit of a problem. But not insurmountable. I am really curious, though, about what happened with that VIP. Alright, again. Okay, don't need to worry about hacking him. So now I'm going to take a bit of a breather. I will try and explain what the hell I was doing in that firefight. So again, the big idea here was we wanted anybody who was on alert to basically be dropped. Oh my god! Kite! I know you called me the beast, but man, what are you doing? Oh, and you know what? We've got a grate out here, so I just want to take a quick look. Okay. Without proper credentials, the hack is going to... Alright, you got him in. Nice job. Don't worry about the exfiltration. He's been undercover long enough. He'll find his own way out. You've got a different job to do now that he's on site. Without proper credentials, the hack is going to take too long. We need you to access a nearby data terminal to connect to McDonald's personal workstation via VPN. That'll give him the secure offsite access he needs to finish the code and get the firmware downgrade ready to roll. Okay, cool. So it's fairly easy for us to get to this terminal because this is a lower level vent, which means that we can pop out here. We just can't go back up without proper mods. So we're able to take advantage of that. Again, what I needed to do was basically get the people on alert dealt with, and then I could get sort of a breather so that I could deal with this turret here. In the end, it turned out I was just able to move the heavy around the corner anyway. All right, so I hope that was the right one. VPN connection is set up. Good job. We've got a little good news. Little good news, bad news though. The good news is that the secure link did the trick. We've got what we needed and the firmware mods are all in place. When the Eternals update, they'll screw themselves. Bad news, someone's noticed the network intrusion. They're going to try and find our tech if you guys don't get him out of there. You'll have to babysit Mr. McDonald back out of the compound after all. Oh, that's such a dirty trick for them to play. Okay, so let's we'll get a hack done on the security cameras again just because we're going to need the extra access. We'll get our hacker to take care of this. Good news is a lot of these guys are dead, so I don't need to worry so much about being stealthy as last time. Think you have issues? Sorry, system. Thanks for your stream. Thanks to everyone. I don't know if you can hear me, Fugazi, but it was great to have you. All right. So yeah, the idea. So again, there's the slices mode. I would have much preferred not to have to kill people, right? Because combat is very difficult. It's very easy to run out of ammunition and things like that. But in this case, once you're caught, what you need to do is you need to eliminate the source of additional troops before you run out of, basically before you run out of ammo. And so in that situation there, it was just trying to take... It's a little bit... So the way that I like to think about it is taking pieces off the board. These guys are going to be a... Actually, that's a lot of guards. So I might need to use one of these hijack guys to create a distraction. But we'll see. Looks like they're all heading downstairs, which I'm okay with because we'll be able to... We're kind of going to be able to engage on our own terms. So let's get the... We'll get this guy. He's okay to be there, so... We'll kind of get him to run out. Okay, good news. So nobody's going to be staying up here. We get free mobility. We'll take advantage of hacking this camera just for the sake of it, because obviously if I have to run back, I don't want, you know, one of these things to suddenly raise the alarm on me. One of the things I might be able to do too, once I get down to the base level here, I might just be able to run out the front door. I think that's way too high risk of a strategy, so I'm not going to start with it right away. But if all of these guys go up and around the corner, I think, yeah, that's what they're doing. So yeah, I think in this case here, just running to freedom is the right play. So we'll send this guy back for cloning. He's kind of served his purpose. There's no real reason why I send them back for cloning. It's just, you know, I might as well have another body to like throw into the vats. And nobody noticed me, amazingly. Cool, so we turned out quite well. Mr. McDonald thanks you, shakily. He's off field assignments for a while and going back into the labs full time. I don't blame him. Works for us, though. That's another highly trained researcher on Staff HQ. So yeah, so the big idea behind this one is that you know, last stream we worked out the approach. We said that even though there was a turret present, this was still the best way. And we just need to find a way to get upstairs. Again, it got really hairy here when we got detected, but the trick, I like to sort of think of it as taking pieces off the board. So what's going to be ripping through my armor, especially the defensive armor? It's the minigun guys. So first priority would be to hack them, because not only are they a strong ally, but they're somebody who's going to be able to, you know, they're the person who's going to be doing the most damage to your team. So the next thing that you might say is like, okay, well, unfortunately, I can't hack that guy because there's a jammer. This means that I focus my entire team to taking down the jammer, and as soon as I can do that, not only have I eliminated the jammer as a threat, but now I can use my hack to take off the minigun guy. And again, hacks take a long time to recharge. They would be ridiculously OP if they didn't. But in this case here, again, a couple of my guys dropped. I wasn't really good at the macro, but the plan was to basically eliminate as many cases where people would be raising the alarm to where I was. And in the end, it sort of, I mean, it paid off. It was inelegant, but we got the mission done. And we actually got 2 missions done. So let's head back. Was it administration office? Yes. Okay. So, breaking the supply chain. That admin raid paid off pretty handsomely, but let's see what else I can get out of it, huh? These supply caches are scattered, but secrecy is their only defense. None of them look hard to reach, just a little bit out of the way. They should be a bunch of easy scores if you put in the footwork to get them. Local information broker is willing to sell us information about what gear we can find there. Well, 2,000's a lot, but I have a lot of money too, so... So there's a plasma minigun, an ammo vest, and a Chimera laser SMG. The Chimera laser SMG is actually a really good one against the Eternals because it eliminates the shields. So that's definitely one that I want to be considering. It went better than if you did it. So SLF, what do you like? I take it you play this game. How far have you gotten? If you do play it. I think I also, yeah, we exhausted some research. So I think now we're, oh yeah, I forgot I need to do some of this. And I'm definitely going to take advantage of a save right now, so. Okay, so... just use fast travel to the supply caches. Again, I don't want to run blindly into this, but I might as well just get up close and see what I can get away with. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's any guards around, which is a little suspicious. Ah, there's this guy. So we'll just wait to see what they're up to. Maybe the mission will tell us something too. Okay. little bit out of the way should be a bunch of easy score. Okay, yeah, so in this case, it's very deliberately something that won't get a lot of attention. So I just want to make sure this guy isn't looking... Oh, I can bribe him? That's interesting. And it seems like I can't actually access this thing. Oh, it's because I've got the wrong one. All right, so we're good to go. You don't, but you don't because you're not very good at managing more than one person. Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. I definitely think in principle, there are missions that should be, there are missions that should be kind of like group-oriented missions, and there should be ones where you get one guy. The reason why I always bring all of my units with me, though, is that you do get more money if the more people you bring into a building. It may be that only a few, of the units actually accomplish that. But rather than like experiment, I just decided, okay, well, you know what? I'm just going to bring everybody along because it's just as easy, right? As long as I don't lose my head, I should be fine. I think we can beat the security camera for this, but I'd rather not risk it. I don't see the terminal Oh, it's over there. I mean, I can hack the terminal, but I think we can probably just get the supply cache. Not exactly, but we should be able to run away. Yep. Run, damn it. Okay, yeah, so we've triggered the alarm. But that's easy. We just go back to our fast terminal. It's kind of out of the way. You don't think anybody's going to see us. But yeah, so far as I can tell, you get more money for just having more people in the building. And as a result, I kind of like to do that. Let's get my support to bribe that scientist. I've got more scientists than my economy can permit, but I just like the idea of collecting them because they cost nothing to hold. And it's nice to have the option if I do wind up getting more cash. So the big thing is that usually if I can navigate with one really effective unit, it usually winds up being the hacker. By the way, another thing I love about this game is the fact that they don't abandon an area once you finish it. So like one of these caches is actually in downtown, which I think is really cool about this idea of like you want to interact with the whole city. But yeah, so in my own case, I've sort of been able to manage... I've been able to manage the problem of like, okay, how do I micro these guys? And it's usually a combination of, you know, using the numbers, and then once I have that one agent sort of run all over the place, you know, I can sort of let the main force sort of run through. But I'll admit I could probably do these missions a little bit more elegantly if I focused on just one unit, or I was a little more patient. But in some cases too, like obviously I know I've got a show to put on, right? So like, it's fun for me if everything just goes completely bonkers. Like if I really screw up a mission, there's something amusing about that, right? So I know that in the end, if I screw it up, you know, that just gives me another chance to, you know, have the cool combat music go on or something like that. You play Minecraft and 7 Days to Die, but you watch a lot of games and you know quite a bit about them. I mean, that's the way to go, SLF. I mean, I watch far more games than I play. I do consider myself a variety caster. If you guys can just give me a second, I'm actually really feeling the all-nighter. It's I started at 10 o'clock last night, and it's about 6:30 in the morning now. But we're committed, right? So I'm very happy to keep streaming. But yeah, so like I watch Twitch, and I mean, given the fact that you know somebody who you mod for and you've got that relationship, like clearly you watch for personality as much as you watch for the game being played. And the nice thing is that I've got a lot of casters who I really like, and I you know, I don't know, like especially somebody like Elcanu, I've seen so many games that are very interesting to me that I you know, I sometimes they inform my buying decisions. Other times I just like watching, you know, some of these streamers play original and fun games. So for instance, I've never played Minecraft, but I think some casters can make Minecraft look very interesting, even though I don't quite have the creative bent to make that game maybe quite as effective for me as it is for some other people. Not to say I wouldn't enjoy it. I mean, I'd be interested in trying it, but it's not to a point where I'm like, okay, I really think I want to spend that money on that game because, you know, I just have so many other options right now. So watch for the caster in the community, not really the game. Yeah, and that's the way it, I mean, so like I'll sometimes watch a Dota 2 stream, right? And obviously somebody who's very highly skilled at the game is worth watching because of their talent at it. And maybe the personality isn't there because they're focusing on the game. But that's kind of unique to me because I like that game on its own. Whereas, you know, if it were to be something a little more casual, Stardew Valley, let's say, you know, I'm not going to sit there and just want to watch a guy like farm eggs. I want to see, you know, what does this caster tell me about, you know? You know, does she say this is a kind of game that I've liked the whole time? Or maybe it's, you know, a guy who says, you know, I've never played a game like this. I only play first-person shooters, but I have no idea how fun it is. You know, I have no idea why I find this so fun. Maybe it's somebody who actually has had a background at working on a farm and they can provide some insight on that. Like, there's tons of different ways that people add value to games. So, and again, I mean, I was shouting out Kite a little bit earlier. He's in the chat right now, and he's, you know, he's amazing at taking games which are getting panned in reviews, and he lets me know exactly why he likes them. And I buy it. Like, I totally get why he enjoys those games, and I think it comes from a very pure place. So again, it's all, yeah, it's great. I mean, I really like this as a broadcast medium, although I can take or leave Twitch. I think there's a couple of weird things that they do, but I mean, nothing's going to be perfect, right? And that's 3 for 3. It's like taking candy from a baby, which is really the responsible thing to do now that I think about it. Man, I wish we could set up a spy cam and see the face of the next Eternals missionary who's trying to grab an emergency gun and gets a handful of air. So we got a plasma minigun, an ammo vest, and a Chimera laser SMG. I'll definitely be using the SMG first. Or researching it first. Alright, so next up we've either got the Eternal Temple, and here's the heart of the cyber soul of the Eternals. Their high priestess, who they affectionately call Mother, lives here, if lives could be the right word. Rumor is she's been augmented so much she might not even still be human. Philosophical arguments aside, what counts is that if anywhere in the city is going to place some juicy tech in it, it's this place. Outsiders don't get a lot of freedom to just wander around the joint. When has that ever stopped us? Let's get our agents in there and see what we can get our hands on. So I'll definitely pay for the information. So remote satchel explosive, that's going to be very helpful for turrets. High impact rounds, maybe. The Castillo 7 plasma pistol, if I deal with people who don't have armor, that'll be good. And the dual core response processor, I don't know what that does. But this is going to be back in the complicated part. So what we would need to do this time is find a way of getting inside and getting into the deepest part there. So I'm actually going to hold off on this mission to start off with, and let's see what we can do with the Eternal Induction Clinic. Like most cults, the Eternals have their version of formal initiation ceremony. Unlike most cults, at least I hope so, this is actually the precursor to a whole assortment of surgical procedures. This is where they go in after existing neural implants and modify them, along with the replacement of any augmentations that aren't up to their exacting post-human standards. Standards based around things that they can hack and control via software updates. This means a lot of confiscated augs work just fine for our needs. Their initiation center is full of augs ripe for the picking, so we're going to go in and get them before they're broken down for parts. By the way, sorry SLF, I did see your comment on League. I should answer that. So where is this? Yeah, I think this is the better mission to go for because it's not so deep into the area. Although I'm not sure I want to use this entrance. I'm going to have to think about that for a little bit. So I know an ex-resistance fighter who signed up and underwent initiation. His name's Michael Zautner. He's kind of an AUG junkie, not a true believer in the Eternals. Sort of head case who just wanted to see what the fuss was about. A little cash to feed the AUG addiction, and I'm sure we can get some good intel about the interior of the facility. Well, of course I'm paying for that. Junkie's a junkie, whether it's Chrome or Coke. A couple of bucks dangled in front of him, and we've got been promised a hookup to get an internal storage bypass. Go get that key, agents. Okay. Let me just catch up. So, yeah, you don't watch MOBA as League kills you, and Twitch is the only place to get a community going. You've seen too many casters move to Hitbox and watch their channel just die. It's sad to watch. Yeah. So, like, Hey, Kodiak Samurai. Great to see you again. And I don't believe I have seen you since Tuesday Gray got partnered, so I wanted to take a special minute. Actually, guys, this is maybe a good time to do a shout out here. Kodiak Samurai brought my attention to an absolutely fantastic caster. Who I'll give a shout out right now. She's just recently been partnered, and I want to just take a minute here because I was finishing off a Dark Souls stream. And I was kind of asking for some hosting suggestions because I didn't have anybody to host. And he very politely gave me a private message saying, it's like, hey, I mod for this caster Tuesday Gray. She's about to hit 1,000 followers. And, I think it would be really, she's really good. It would be really helpful if you can, if you can give her a little attention. There's a spot-on recommendation. It was absolutely the way to end that night's cast. And I mean, she's an extremely gifted entertainer. Now I am just celebrating my 1,000 followers. It's not that long ago that happened. I mean, that's not more than a few days old. Not only is Tuesday Gray partnered, but I believe she celebrated 4K not too long ago. So again, just somebody who is an absolute juggernaut as far as hard work and charisma. I mean, all of the traits that you would look for in a good caster. Wonderful caster. And again, I owe Kodiak Samurai, who is an excellent mod for her and, a really friendly guy inside a chat. I mean, you have to appreciate sometimes that if somebody, gives you a recommendation in a cast, that can come from anybody. But Kodiak was such a great guy to talk with, based on that one interaction alone. I'm like, yeah, of course I'm gonna take a look at what this guy wants to show. And again, like I said, couldn't have recommended a better caster. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. There's absolutely no way somebody can look at that partnership and say anything but it's about damn time. Of course I was pleased as punch to see that she's been supporting and encouraging Kitch22 as well. Kitch is an awesome guy, and he just got partnered as well. Actually, I mean, so I shouted him out earlier, but we've had a bit of a changing of the guard in terms of audience. I will get back to gameplay, guys, sorry, but it's a good time to just, there's been some major milestones for some really good casters, and I want to make sure that they get the time they deserve. So Kitch22, again, I was pleased as punch to find out that Tuesday Gray has been supporting him, and again, seemingly independently. I don't quite know where that relationship came from, but it's like, oh my god, I've known Kitch for a while, and I see Tuesday Gray, and I think she's a great caster, and they're supporting each other. They get partnered around the same time. I mean, it's great, because I was actually getting very cynical about kind of what I was seeing in terms of partnership stuff happening. But these are people who I am very, very happy, and I'm encouraged to know that these people now have a bigger platform. And the biggest thing is that the worst thing that happens to some casts when they get partnered is they die, because partnership is the goal rather than the stepping stone. But you just need to see one cast of either Kitch or Tuesday Gray, and you know that this is just a stepping stone to something better, that they have a bigger platform and they're going to use that to the fullest. And that's the thing that's very exciting. So these are people who are definitely worthy of your attention, and I have nothing but high hopes for what I'm going to be seeing from both of them in the future. So yeah, anyways, sorry, I'm gushing because, it's easy to get starstruck even if you're a streamer yourself. But yeah, I definitely need to give a special shout out to Kodiak Samurai, because I never would have seen Tuesday Gray if he hadn't stopped by that cast that one night. So I only wish I could get her numbers, but I mean, those numbers are a reflection of so much hard work. I can't, I just can't imagine how much people do. Oh, I agree completely, SLF. I have a lot of problems with the way partnership works. But with that in mind, I do need to give credit where credit is due. In the case of Tuesday Gray and Kitsch 22, I think they had to apply too many times. I think that a lot of the hard work that they did was largely unnecessary, that they should have achieved partnership sooner. But I'm also not going to condemn somebody for making the right decision, right? It would be wrong of me to say, oh, shame on Twitch, they partnered them too late. I'm like, you know what? You guys finally figured it out. You approved the applications. It's a step in the right direction. But to answer your other question in terms of like going to other things like Hitbox or that, the way that I've personally done it is my primary streaming platform is still Twitch. But because I have so many games that are, they have a very high visual fidelity, and I put some money towards making a computer that could show them off the best that they can, I have a couple of YouTube exclusives. So for instance, Dark Souls 2, I only do on YouTube because then I can do it in 60 frames a second. I can bump up the bit rate to something that's more appropriate. And I can do that with transcode so I don't lose people. And so the deal is this, is that if you like my stuff and you just like, seeing me do variety, I'm happy to do that. I'm going to do that on Twitch as often as I can. But I'm also going to say that it's better for me as a caster if I can do YouTube. So there's a bit of a trade-off, which is I say that for the stuff that I consider like the premium content, like people like seeing Dark Souls, and the stuff where it's like, the game just looks so much better if I'm able to show it in like the full proper resolution. The deal is, or in like I did Leisure Suit Larry because that's banned on Twitch. So like the stuff that I consider to be like really special, the contract is that if you want to see like the premium stuff, you have to have a little buy-in with me. You have to kind of come along with me on YouTube. But those are special because in the end, I need to respect that Twitch is an ecosystem, that I don't necessarily command the kind of attention that will say people, I'm not the reason to switch to another streaming service. So with that in mind, I think that's a nice little balance that I can find between my priority of putting on the best cast that I can, while also respecting the fact that while I may have some issues with the way that Twitch does things, it is still the biggest streaming platform. And in the end, the biggest growth in terms of new people coming to my stream is going to be streaming on this platform, even with the difficulties that I have with the resolution. Anyways, T-Clock, I saw you bought a bunch of stuff. So AI War Bundle, cool. Megabyte Punch, which I haven't heard, and you broke down and got Stardew Valley. That's awesome. And I think you saw Armor 87 actually bought me that. So that was super nice of him. And then T-Clark, you're still convinced that Twitch picks people for partner by putting all the applicants in a hat and randomly draws a few names every now and then. I mean, probably not exactly like that. But, I mean, I'll be honest with you. There is, if I am completely honest, the terms under which I have left Team Panda are not positive, and I am unhappy with how Clara dealt with the situation. But she has said so herself on her cast. She did not apply for partnership through the traditional means. She met somebody at a party, and a Twitch staff member partnered her on the basis of that meeting. And so there are definitely some circumstances under which people become partnered without doing the work that, people like Tuesday Gray and Kitsch. Now, that is not a fault of Clara's, right? I think anybody in that situation is perfectly capable, perfectly reasonable to say it's like, well, look, I'm given this opportunity. It would be nice if other people had it. But there is no benefit to me being a martyr and saying I want to go through the same route that everybody else does if the goal is in fact partnership. Like that's just the way that it works. So again, I say the Team Panda disclosure just because in the end I need to acknowledge that obviously the extent to which people understand. By the way, Eslef, thank you very much for the subscription on YouTube as well. I need to say to the extent through which people know the circumstances of the departure, I just want to be clear in terms of where those words are coming from. I understand that things like that can sometimes be presented in such a way that it's like, oh, well, he's just mad that that he left. But yeah, exactly. As like my view is that I would like it if there was a legitimate competitor in terms of a streaming service, because Hitbox, Beam, YouTube, all of them offer transcodes to everyone, and I'm frankly not that interested in the sub button. Like, I get that I have limited appeal. There's a lot of things that I can do to grow as a caster. I need to be more consistent in terms of my casting. That's a huge one. You know, I think I could sharpen my format a little bit more. You know, there's so many things. And in the end, you know, I need to acknowledge that I do have a little bit of a niche. And again, like I said, I could certainly sharpen it. I could certainly make it a little more appealing. I'm just kind of doing a little bit of scouting right now, guys. So I know this isn't the most compelling viewing, but it's a gorgeous looking game. So hopefully you're on side with me. But with that in mind, like, partnership for me is actually about the transcodes. I have never sought to make money off of this. I think it would be a waste of the things that I'm good at to, you know, to dedicate my life to streaming. I think it's a level of uncertainty. If I wanted to face that level of uncertainty, I would prefer to go into a different industry. And I think so there's got to be a way I can gain access to this. You know, there's higher returns if you want to take on that level of risk. And I think in the end, you know, entertainment is obviously subjective. But, you know, a good example, I could put it to you. So there's a couple people who say stuff like, it's like, oh, you know, you sometimes talk about more highbrow things. I mean, we haven't talked about the Brexit yet, but, you know, obviously if I do this War of Mine and I'm going to talk about, you know, some of the research that I've done on insurgency, or, you know, I'm going to talk about a couple of ways in which they create the impression of a seemingly endless siege without making the game literally last 3 years. This is obviously drawing from an education that I have, which is unique. Like, not everybody's going to have that experience, and I don't think everybody should have to. You can enjoy games without, you know, taking a game theory textbook and talking about, you know, infinitely repeated games and what it does. By the way, Kodiak is a professor on these things, so I'm not gonna go into too deep. But this is the big thing. So I've had a couple of people present that as, let's say, an excuse for why I don't have a bigger audience. But the biggest thing is that Bill Nye the Science Guy, you know, was able to treat his subject, you know, seriously. He didn't, you know, distort, and yet he achieved a very broad appeal, and in fact, sort of a resurgent appeal right now. And I think there's a lesson to be drawn from that. I am decidedly not interested in any excuses that I present for myself in terms of why I have the viewership that I do. And of course, I'm very grateful for the viewership that I have, because it is not that long ago that I had no assurances whatsoever whether or not I would be, you know, streaming to the group that I ultimately am now. But yeah, I mean, with that in mind, I think it's appropriate and it's right that people should want to improve as an entertainer. And one of the ways that you know that you've improved as an entertainer is that you have a broader appeal. So, but with that in mind, I mean, sometimes these things take time, and I consider myself very lucky to know people like Kitchen Tuesday, who I have many opportunities to learn from, either in correspondence or just simply watching what they do. So it's really good. It's encouraging. And I think in the end, even if I don't, my biggest hope, the thing I would hope the most for Twitch would be that they bring in transcodes for everyone. And at that point, I don't need to worry about partnership anymore. But T. Clark says, you saw firsthand live on cast due to streaming. The guy in charge of partnering comes into the chat and say, we have a huge problem. This man is in partment. Do the application so I can approve. Now we'll wait. Yeah, that's... I mean, like, okay, so in the end, it's Twitch's business, right? They can run it the way that they want. Obviously, transcoding costs money. You know, there's all the arguments that you hear and things like that. But certainly, there is something to be said for consistency in the enforcement of rules or something like that. I think if you create an environment of uncertainty, there's already a lot of uncertainty that that casters face. And I think the more transparent that you can be, the more people can focus on either achieving those goals or focusing on improving their casts rather than trying to do, you know, X, Y, or Z, you know, voodoo trick that somebody said once upon a time was the right one. But I mean, at this point, I'm just kind of spouting my mouth off, running my mouth on, you know, on topics I'm maybe not an expert on. So anyways, Michael Zautner, an old Resistance contact of mine, has the access key to a storage room inside the induction clinic. We've already paid him for it, so just go and meet up for collection. Security footage places him at Tabbington Heights, the Grid Apartments. Go get him. Near the Grid downtown checkpoint stands Tabbington Heights, the grubbiest apartments in the district, but they're high-class living compared to most of the city. I know folks downstream who'd kill to get an apartment this nice. Literally, some of them have. But the rest of the district sneers at the Heights. I don't know if I've triggered this terminal yet, so I'll just take a second to... I don't think this security camera's gonna... I probably have, actually, but if I've taken this ATM, I very likely would have done this data terminal as well, but it doesn't take too long to do, so... yeah, nothing, so... where's my goal? There we go. So there's our contact. Storage room pass acquired. Hey, did you see those new cyber optics? Just a junkie, not to waste any time. Already spent our cash on that upgrade, I'd bet. Well, we got the key pass out of it at least. Odds are good that the key is going to be used to raid the place at one time or another. It might as well be us that gets that extra gear, right? So I mean, that seems like the mission's over. Maybe I'll get the alert in a little bit. But now what I need to do is I actually need to find what this key gave me access to. I hope it's one of these things along the edge. Otherwise, I'm going to need to do a big planning, sort of a planning stage as far as the access is concerned. I think I'll just fast travel here. Okay, so key didn't work for that. I guess the big question now is, how do I open that door? Okay, so I gotta somehow get in there. Now that's not too hard as long as I can get an agent up here. How do I get them in there though? That's not at all obvious. I mean, I can just try and blow it away, but that's not the right way to do it. Okay, so let's think about this the other way around. So we need to get inside here. Is this the storage closet? This is really odd. I feel like this should be... Okay, so it's basically, it's two parts of the same mission, so we still want to head here. So there's two ways that I like to approach sort of the scouting phase, as I like to call it. The first thing is to say, it's like, okay, so what doors can I potentially gain access with? I'm sure there's a mission somewhere that will allow me to open this door. I just don't know where it is. The only other option that I have is the Eternal Temple, and I'm just not equipped to do this. Actually, I'm going to take a chance to save, because this is one that can very easily get out of hand for me. I'll use a new save slot because, hey, I wasn't complaining about hard drive space at all. Kitch22, the man himself. We were just talking about you, actually, in your partnership. Yeah, guys, I cannot make a stronger recommendation. So first of all, Kitch, I apologize that you see me in this state. Obviously, something big happened in the Slack, and I will let you know that was not voluntary. So if we need to chat, we can. But basically, Kitch is a force of nature. Now, again, I feel so bad that I get to see him in this state because I am coming on my 8th hour of casting, and I am not on my A game. We're playing a bunch of Valhalla. We're doing Satellite Rain right now, but guys, it is a complete honor to see him inside of here. He is, like I said, he's a force of nature. You have to see his stream. Production quality off the charts. He has got a level of energy that I will never, ever be able to even come close to replicating. This is a guy who, and I very rarely use this term, but I will say a born entertainer. He is somebody who, I was talking about how, I wouldn't necessarily seek to make money at this because in the end, I feel like my talents lie elsewhere. But Kitch is one of those people who you can say, it's like, so I don't know if it's Twitch. I don't know if it's, a news anchor. There's a lot of different ways in which people can communicate, in which they can use sort of built-in showmanship and a charisma in that. But you honestly just need to see, a break screen on his cast, and you can see that this guy needs to be entertaining people. That is his gift. That is his talent. Whether it came naturally, whether it's something that he has honed over years, I can believe both. But like I said, you guys get to, the shout-outs have become an institution on this cast, right? You know that I have nothing but the deepest respect for Jessie Quill and her ability to communicate ideas. In some ways I think it is a similar project to mine, and ultimately it's one that she does so much better than me. So I give a very similar kind of shout out for Jessie Quill, and of course I think many of you have gotten used to that. But in the case of Kitch, obviously I know him more recently. I really haven't had the chance to burrow it into your brains yet how fantastic this guy is. So I just need to say, if you like Twitch, if you like streaming, you have to see this guy. Follows cost nothing. The best that a caster can ever ask you is to have the chance. But I'm not gonna lie, like as soon as you watch that cast, you're gonna be hooked. There are times I've delayed casts so I can watch what Kitch is doing. So I don't know how I can give you a stronger recommendation. And it's worth mentioning, I've only ever subbed to one channel at a time on Twitch. And again, I don't like, there's so many times that, you've got this Dickensian level of poverty that people cry whenever it comes to the sub button or something like that. Obviously the money's got to come from somewhere, and I'm finishing off school. But I've always tried to make space for one subscription. And there's a lot of options on Twitch. If you think of it as one bullet to fire, out of the entire sea of casters, as soon as I see that sub button, I am literally refreshing Kitch's page to see that sub button, because he is going to be my one sub on Twitch as soon as it's there. So anyways, there we go. It's very kind of USC, but really you're just kind of going with the flow. So there we go, guys. You've got the answer here. Kitch is a born entertainer. Hey, Melee Mage! We got another caster in here. I should actually mention that Melee Mage has a very wonderful distinction of being somebody who, without fail, has just constantly hosted my cast. It's embarrassing, actually, because I have been so poor at catching their own. But I appreciate it. Okay, so you know what? I've danced around this enough. So like I said, if I don't have any obvious paths in terms of... You've been lurking. Oh, sorry. I should have paid attention to chat. So if I don't have an obvious approach from the front, what I do is I take a look at my goal, which is going to be this area here, and I work backwards from it. So first of all, we've got these doors here. It's not obvious to me what they do, and unfortunately I can't get close enough to them to see their pathing. So I'm just going to eliminate those as options right off the bat. So I'm basically going to have to go through this courtyard. So if I go south, I could potentially try to blow open these doors, but this is a pretty... Well... I mean, the catch about this one is that it's so good for... Hang on. That's a 100%... Okay, I know exactly what I'm doing. So basically, I got to open this door and let my team in. Now, the great thing is that all of my team have iron lungs, so I can stand in that poison forever, and it's not going to change anything. It's only if I need to bring a civilian out. Oh, finished research. So again, I really like the management side of this thing. Again, I've got 8 currency a turn to work with. Currently, I don't have any R&D. So I want to make sure that I'm taking advantage of that. Again, I always want to make sure I've got a positive cash flow because there's things that I can buy later on. And as you can see, I'm a bit of a hoarder. I mean, in one sense, you can say it's actually better for me to spend this money because this is completely useless. But it is buying me the option. So I might be getting to like Apple levels of like cash hoarding where it really doesn't make any sense. But I like money. So in this case, what I'm going to do is I'm going to research the Chimera laser. And there's a very specific reason for that. So if you compare this, let's compare this to the plasma rifle, which is my other upgrade option. So I'll just focus on pure damage numbers. I've got 2.33 for just, you know, hitting somebody in the flesh, 4.66 versus shield, 1.54 for armor, and 4.66 versus inorganic. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, sometimes I hit a very unsophisticated level of truisms. So we've got plasma rifles here. So we've got 288. So again, comparing this, you know, slightly better damage. But then we take a look, damage versus shield, 1.58, and that's versus 4.66. And for the sharp-eyed amongst you, if you take a look at the... So don't look at the Dracogenics agents here, but look at... Oh, hang on. These guys aren't wearing shields. That's very different from some of the people that I've been working with. So let's just reevaluate this. 1.54 versus armor compared to 5.46. So maybe it makes more sense to do the plasma rifle here. Oh, it's a dilemma now. I mean, I think it's going to be a moot point. I don't think I'm actually going to finish this research in time for the mission, but... Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take, I'm going to keep my hacker aside, and then I'm going to take my infiltrator who can go invisible, and my support and my soldier can run off. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put them at the entrance here. This, by the way, is one of the things that I really love about this game. So... again, where sometimes I'll do turn-based strategy, this one forces me to react to situations. And the one thing I love about this game, because it's so open and because, I mean, you really have it's your choice in terms of how you want to do it. I could have just, you know, not saved this money. I could have just, you know, kitted out everybody with the best of everything. You know, everybody could be toting miniguns. You know, I have the AUGs that allow everybody to, you know, to be the biggest, baddest mothers in the world. And I could just go in and blow everyone away. And I mean, it's got such an awesome soundtrack. When combat comes up, I kind of wish I did that. But the thing that I really love about this one is because the game gives you so many options in terms of how you try and solve these, you know, how you achieve these missions. It's almost a little bit like Deus Ex, which is, of course, another cyberpunk-themed game. The real appeal to me here is this process. It's maybe not so much the mission, which sometimes, you know, I have this problem of dead air during the cast because I'm waiting for this one patrol to stop camping this spot that I need to get into. But I love this idea of like, okay, so here are my options. What do I think is the most effective way to get in and get what I need from this location? So the big idea is this. This is my key, right? There's no patrols going around this area. I've got a nice little box that I can hide behind if it comes to that. It perfectly fits 4 people. So this is my dream spot right here. The catch is that there's no way to access this door without this terminal. So I can say, okay, well, do I want to try and get my entire team walking in here, or is there maybe a way that I can be a little more stealthy about this approach? Well, as it happens, I have a unit here who can go invisible. I've got a unit here that's very good at hacking. So now what we've reduced this problem to, it's like, okay, I need to get these 2 units to this area here, and if I can get them to this area, I don't even need to get the hacker there. I just need to get my infiltrator, the person who can get invisible. So all of a sudden we've reduced this problem. We've said, okay, I need to somehow get to this spot. I'm like, well, this is really, really hard to do, you know, just full frontal. So sorry for whacking the mic there. So what I do instead is I slice the problem down. I make it something a little bit more manageable. And I can say, okay, it's going to be a lot easier. You can see the distance between these two objectives is infinitesimally smaller than any other location. So I can say, if I can get to this door, then I have a reasonable plan for getting here. So we go for an even smaller problem because I don't know how to get past this door beyond making a lot of noise blowing this thing open. So now what I'm going to do for my search is like, how do I get to this terminal? One very effective route would be trying to find a way to get my, at least my infiltrator, but I'd need a hacker for this because of the level of hacking required. Basically, get them here, move them up, move them over. Now at the moment, the only way that I can see that approach is by opening this door. Actually, I may need the soldier for this, so this might be a little more complicated than I thought. I can definitely make this work though. Especially because the soldier, the hardwire is going to work a bit better. So this is, I actually really like the setup of this mission because a lot of the ones that I've done have been very straightforward. If I can satisfy this condition, then I'm going to, then I'm going to, knock it out. It's going to be easy. This one actually, I need to, even to achieve this mini goal here, I'm actually going to need to do several steps. So it's going to be a little boring while I walk this guy over. The big thing here is, as long as there's nobody in this area, I can hardwire this, and this door is going to be open for an extended period of time. I don't think yeah, this just misses the range. So you're going to have to trust me that there's a blue wire connecting these things. So I can move my soldier over here while these guys do their thing. I can move my soldier back. Soldier, are you slacking? All right. You know what? I don't mind blowing a little bit of energy. You notice that yellow bar knocks down really quickly. I do not recommend making your units run very often if you do play this game. Which, by the way, I should mention, I believe it's 50%. Actually, you know what? I promised you guys I was going to tell you how much it cost when the Steam sale came on. So for those of you who are interested in this game, it is currently 67% off. That's actually, in my view, a very good price. I don't believe I have seen it that low. So let me just see what that costs in Yankee dollars. It is currently $9.89 on Steam, so for $10 you can get this game. It is normally, again in Canadian, it's $10.88, so it's normally about $32.99. This, in my view, is a very, very good deal for this game. This game, in my opinion, is absolutely worth the $10. And I will mention that they're implementing a beta version right now. You can opt into it, or you can just wait for them to do the full release, but they are adding co-op to this game. So if you want to have an ally, we had somebody in chat who was mentioning that they have a little hard time microing the individual units. There's nobody here right now, so I'm just going to let my soldier do their hardwire. Looks like this camera's seeing them, but I'm okay with a little bit of an alarm on this. Okay, so they're going to run away. Again, the alarm's triggered, but this person's not going to be anywhere. Okay, Dracogenics is going to be a bit of a problem, so I'm just going to run. This is going to be a little tricky with my soldier, just because they, anytime they go by a guard or something like that, they're going to have an alarm. So for instance, something like that. But it's like Grand Theft Auto. You just need to stay out of view of guards long enough and your attention's going to fall down. So the big thing I look for are these little pools of light. Those are indicating where people are looking. So for instance, I don't want to go near this Dracogenics guard because he's going to cause me problems. Oops, so is that guy. So I don't believe he's seen me. I just hide behind this. And I've lost my alert, so I head back. But yeah, as I was saying, this is a very good game. If you liked the original Syndicate, an old Bullfrog game, this game is a very nice modern take on it. I think it's a very good looking game. And there's very clearly a lot of love and attention that has gone into making this game. And given the fact that they're implementing multiplayer support, it's very clear that they're still invested in the development of the game. And there is, in my view, no better time to get into it. Now, again, it's not going to appeal to everybody. So if you don't necessarily like, the strategic element, if you sort of find this whole idea of me running around trying to work out a plan a little boring, obviously I can't make a recommendation of those. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I don't know why I've never actually seen one of these things get opened again. Okay, there's got to be a faster way I can get to that entrance. Kind of here. I might as well go for it. Okay, slightly different approach. I got a little lazy last time, so what we're going to do is we're going to get this hacker. They're going to disable the security camera. Again, I don't have the reach, but I'm almost certain that this thing is going to trigger this one. Again, then I get my soldier to hardwire this thing right here. I'm not going to bring 3 people into the complex because that's going to take too long. But I'll move inside. I'm going to use the hacker to take advantage. Well, I just wish I knew where that connect. Okay, I'm actually going to take a second here. I don't believe... Awesome, Johnny Big Time. Another wonderful former teammate. Guys, Johnny Big Time is also a really great guy. I have been watching him in awe at his Dark Souls 2 streams. So Johnny is, first of all, a really, really fun guy. He is, I think... I get this overwhelming impression that I really want to like go and have a beer with him every time I see him cast. It's a really weird recommendation to give for a caster, and yet I really think that is the feeling I get every time I've watched him broadcast. He's a really, really fun guy. But the other thing that blew my mind is I watched him play. Okay, so that thing's got a timer. Well, you know what? I mean, this is such a waste of resources. I should really just be bringing all 4 people in. But it turns out my hacker can do this on his own. Okay, so I'm just going to leave everybody out front. The hacker's going to go in on their own because I've already used hardwire to disable the cameras. No patrols. In the meantime, I'm going to move the other 2 people back into position. Oop, nope, they're trespassing, so... but yeah, so I got to watch him in awe as he played It's My Fault If You Suck at This Game. You just got off Steam. You just got... Awesome. In my view, you have made a very wonderful choice. I hope you like it. I don't like being a shill for games, but I love the process of learning. And obviously I was talking about how I get a lot out of this whole planning thing, about how I, try and work through all the different angles that I can take. Clearly, if you have... if you have any questions about the game, at the very least, I can try and help you out as best as I can. I mean, you've seen the goods. I'm not good at this game either. But I think it's worth it. I really like this game a lot. Anyways, sorry guys. Johnny, I am totally disrespecting your stream by not getting onto it. You gotta appreciate, I've been up all night. But again, I was astonished at his Dark Souls stream because he started playing the game, sight unseen, didn't know what to expect, And I'm watching and I'm like, damn, he is really lucky with his dodges. And then, you know, something like that happens so often and you're like, okay, this is not chance. This is, you know, this guy's pretty good at this game. And, like, he finally got to Lord Gwyn, the last boss of the game. And, like, he has that fight down so easily. Like, he says, that's it at the end. Like, he just kicked the guy's ass. He beat him faster than the time that I fought Gwyn, like, on my second time around. Like, I was almost embarrassed, except that, like, he's very clearly really good at that game. So, I mean, there's these moments. I mean, like I said, you know, Johnny's personality alone is the reason to check out his cast. And I think the other nice thing, this is certainly no disrespect to his follower count, because, I mean, I was at his follower account for a much longer time than he has been. But I think there's also another really wonderful point with Johnny's stream, which is a lot of people, especially in my cast, came because they liked, you know, like, they liked that process of, like, the community just forming and, you know, kind of getting to see a caster when they're small. And again, please to take this, of course, with the, you know, the utmost respect to Johnny's stream, because personally, I think he should have a lot more viewers than he currently does. And I think that's just simply a matter of time, as with any caster, right? Because I know that's something that people have liked and originally kind of came to my cast for, there's a really special moment about getting into Johnny's cast right now, because I think he's a very competent streamer, and I think, you know, I'm not going to try to imply at all that he's, you know, finding his feet or anything like that. I think there's a very clear, you have a very clear idea of what he is about and where his strengths as a caster lie and where his interests are. But also with that in mind, like I said, there's this really exciting moment in his cast where you're getting to see the community form. There's something really wonderful about seeing people maybe see Johnny for the first time and hit that follow button, and you get, you know, you start seeing them come a little bit more often. I get really excited when I see that stuff happening on casts. And so I think the reason you should be watching Johnny is for his personality. And then after his personality, I think you should be watching him because he is a surprisingly good Dark Souls streamer. And I don't think that's how he wants to be remembered. I mean, the first thing I watched him play was The Division. But I mean, I call him like I see him. He's a great guy, and he's really good at that game. So yeah, I mean, for all of those reasons, it's a great night for a lot of really good people coming in. I'm really excited to see these people. So there we've got Kite, we've got Johnny Big Time, we've got Kitsch, so many very, very gifted casters in the channel right now. Kite will get another shout out. Kite's been going hard. He went for, where I've just been sitting on my ass playing video games. Kite said he was tired, left the cast, and then went for a run. Still hasn't slept. I'm here sitting here drinking Red Bull, letting my body rot. Kite's actually busy improving himself. But yeah, honestly, guys, these are my... I don't want the fact that, you know, they're all coming at once to dull you to the impact of these. But these are people you owe it to yourself to check out. These are the A-team on Twitch. These are the people who make this platform fun to watch. I don't know how else I can term it, really. Oh, Jesus Christ, there's agents here? No, security cameras. Ah, oh, crap. Nah, busted. Alright, well, run and gun. But yeah, like I said, please don't let the frequency dull your senses to the... We're just running for this. I am in a zero fucks mode. Oh crap, this might not work. Okay, let's get upstairs so we can think. At the very least, we'll get a height advantage to blow these guys away. We're being jammed though, so I can't hack. Okay. No, don't! Ah, son of a bitch. Like I said, clowny cyberpunk. With that in mind, guys, okay, so I've given you some of my top recommendations for streamers. By the way, this is where the game gets kind of cool. I mean, just hearing a soundtrack like this and just nailing people with the guns. This is what this genre is about for me. There's a certain level of tactics that are going behind this, so obviously I've got some massive advantages with the height. I can't do this forever because I've got a finite amount of ammo, but I am able to. Okay, actually, we're in a good spot here because nobody can really see us. Okay, so drop the sniper setup. Okay, so we gotta take this guy out, but we should be okay. So again, the problem with this is that we're generating too much noise. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go around the corner. And if the AI is a moron, they're not going to see us. And if they're not a moron, then we just say, "Surprise, motherfucker!" And they see us, so... Okay, we should take this guy out first then. So the nice news is that it's mostly shield damage that I'm being hit with right now, so I'm pretty comfortable with that. I'm going to use my soldier to draw fire. Unfortunately, we're still being jammed, so this is going to make it a little hair-raising because I'm not able to possess anybody. But at this point, we just keep dropping bodies until there's nobody left to respond to the call. Oh, no, 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 I don't... Okay. Holy crap, what was that? Oh my god. Okay, you got a cloak. Get into cover and pray to God. Okay. This thing just went stupid. Okay, I think my infiltrator's okay for now. Let's deal with the rest of my team. Okay. I'm thinking at this point I should actually... No, man, if I go up against that thing, I'm dead. Okay, we're gonna take some time to hit the reset button. These guys don't know where I am, which is good. We'll just time it out. Okay, cool. So I gotta find a way. I gotta find a way to get either my infiltrator out, or I need to find a way to get them... Wait a minute. Oh, that's brutal. I had the... There's no reason for me to go there. Oh, that's so bad. I think I have all the prototypes I need. Okay. So my infiltrator is actually in a pretty safe spot at the moment. I'm going to need to find a way to get them out. But I believe if I can get my... I think if I can get my team out, then I can get the infiltrator out through the front door. Anyways, guys, this is something I was meaning to say a little bit earlier. So I kind of gave you my A-team caster-wise. But I like to do this every once in a while. If you are a caster yourself, and either I haven't given you a shout-out yet... I mean, if I've given you a shout-out, I don't mind giving you another one. But either, you know, if I somehow missed... Okay, you know what? We are just running. absolutely no point in being elegant about this. And oh great, okay, what we're gonna do is we've all got shields, so there's no way they can kill these guys. We're gonna hop down through the vent, and there's nothing they can do about the vent, so it's a get out of jail free card. That was actually a lot easier of a heist than I thought it was gonna be. But yeah, if you are a caster, I think I could not ask for a more forgiving and better audience than what I have at this channel. So please let me know if you cast, and I'd love to check you out. Love to give you some support. Ooh. Okay, so Eternal Induction Clinic, we got those, and okay, so we got everything. Nice. But yeah, feel free to speak up. Don't be shy. And I will totally not secretly judging. Why you gotta be like that, Melee Mage? But yeah, please let me know. I'm always on the prowl for a good cast to watch, and I think there's quite a few people here who like seeing new casts as well. So, right, phew, nice find. Crazy to think that they just break this stuff down and strip it for parts, right? The Eternals must have had a fresh batch of initiates come through. This is a nice haul. So we've got 2 prototypes, which I need to read. So the problem with prototypes in this game is that if your agent dies while using a prototype, you flat out lose it. So what you should do is you should delay. You should research it, and then you can just mass produce them. You're all good there. So cranial bioplating, I believe, is an armor one. The full arm replacement, I don't know what that does, so I'll be sure to take a look at it. Then there's a secure storage room. Man, looks like our buddy already used the pass to pick off lots of the good augs. Well, on the bright side, that weapon locker and the other non-implanted gear was still a nice find. So laser minigun, which my soldier can equip. An EMP charger, which I'm not so sure what it does. Oh, Holly makes a wish! I didn't see you here before. Well, you know what? You get a shout out anyway. If it's an indefinitely long hiatus, completely understand. I have very often thought about doing that. But I think as long as you still have that fire inside you, if you ever do return to streaming, I think it would be a tremendous missed opportunity if we weren't following you for your return to the medium. And then, of course, if not, I personally am always very happy to have you as a viewer. And yes, I am going very late tonight. I mean, it's morning now. It's 7. I started at 10 o'clock. It's now 7:30. So whatever number that makes it, I'm on. All right. Okay. So I said that I needed my hardware guy. Right, this is actually a lot easier than I thought. SLF, thank you so much for that host.
Stop it, please, I beg you! This is sin!
Just give me a quick second here. At 7:30, am I in California? I'm actually a Canadian, so I'm in Western Canada, in British Columbia, specifically Vancouver. I'm not so exciting as to be. Oh God, this is such a bad thing to leave on the game. Okay, so I gotta move my soldier to open up that door again. But it's very likely I'm going to be moving to the eastern side of Canada to work for the statistical agency. It's not for sure. Please don't consider that my employer. And of course, all do. I say a lot of very ignorant and foolish and occasionally sarcastic things. I think you all know how to take it. But if you happen to be checking me out related to job stuff, this is not reflective how I intend to represent any future employers. Okay, hopefully this guy doesn't see me. I'm kind of interested to see how long this takes, but I think at this point I've maxed out the infiltration, so what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be trying to take as much advantage. Actually, I think I need to hit the cloaking now, so I'm not going to run. Oh wow, that drains fast. So I'm going to have to find a spot that I can hide in and can recharge. The worst thing would happen if that thing drops by this this crew. Actually, you know what? I might be able to make it. You only YOLO once, chat, so let's open that up. Yeah, it's going to get tight, but I think... Okay, what's going to happen is we're both going to run out the front door. And we didn't need to... So the big thing, the whole thing about this thing is the lore behind this game is that Dracogenics has generated a technology through which you can transfer a consciousness into another body. So there's issues about income inequality that are to be spoken of here. The lower classes in this world are basically now kind of, you know, vessels for the wealthy who can now buy immortality. And we have this technology. So really I could just let my infiltrator get blown away by a guard, but every time you clone your agent, their stats get a little bit worse. So I wanted to just do a Saving Private Ryan mission. I hope that wasn't too boring for you guys, but yeah. All right, you went to Canada a few months ago. Other side of Canada, though, East Coast, Niagara Falls. I've never been. It'd be really cool. And as soon as you said hello, like 13 people walking in. Are you talking about this stream? Okay. I need to get myself sorted out a little bit. So actually, by the way, so I shouted out this game and I kind of said what I liked about it. But let's try and turn this into a little bit of a tutorial mode because we're between missions. So there's two parts to this game. There's what I'll refer to as the tactical part, which is me sort of figuring out how I want to approach certain, you know, certain objectives. And then I'll turn around and say, you know, oh, well, I screwed that up. Let's just fire our guns a whole lot. But then there's sort of the more management. So like in terms of this game, what you're doing is you're playing...
I would never want to belong to any club.
Who just followed?
Someone like me for a minute.
Idiocy Overdose. What a name. Thank you so much for that follow, man. I really appreciate it. So that's actually probably what I should call this title. Oh, sorry, title this cast. God damn it. Maybe I'll stop at like 12 hours. This is getting a little embarrassing. So the heart and soul of this game kind of comes down to what I'll refer to as the tactical end, which is, you know, again, me coming up with really complicated plans, you know, walking in like an idiot and then just shooting my way out. But then there's the management side. So again, we are sort of an organization which is trying to take down this group Dracogenics that has this technology that we were talking about. And so over the course of the game, you'll see things like ATMs and you'll get these items and such that you can do the research for. And what occurs is basically, I mean, this is stuff that you need to do within the game, but one strategy that I like to employ is to make sure that I always have, you know, a positive number in terms of what I'm generating, but I also want to put that as close as I can to the limit and, you know, and move that research up. So for instance, I was putting that effort towards the plasma rifle because this is actually going to allow me to really rail into the inorganics, into the armor. So for instance, if I take a look here, the first thing that I was considering was the Chimera Laser SMG. So what I've got equipped right now, we'll go to loadout. I'm currently using the Uzi 1 MP. So it's got a 55% fire rate and 2.75 damage a turn. I won't worry so much about the rate of fire. And then we'll compare this to the Chimera Laser, which is a 2.33 damage. Now versus shield, 4.66 versus armor, 5.41. Again, if we go to loadout, 2.75, 1.71 versus shield, 1.84 versus armor. So once people start putting some protection on them, the Uzi's not necessarily the best option. Oh, that's really nice of you to say, SLF. So don't want to come off as too self-conscious, but it's always a little, I don't know, there's always that point where it's kind of like, am I just, running my mouth and nobody cares? So thank you for dealing with my insecurities. But the big thing here is I wanted to take, we take a look at the sort of things that I was encountering before, and these were not people with shields. There were some, but in the end, compared, so again, I've got my Uzi, which I've got 1.71 versus a shield. 1.58, not necessarily so great. It is worse versus shields, but then I also have a higher accuracy. So the expected damage that I'm going to be doing to a shield is still higher if I compare the plasma rifle to the Uzi. Obviously, I'm also not considering rate of fire. It's a slower rate of fire than the Uzi by quite a bit, but then there's of course the reload time and so on and so forth. So, there's a little bit of a trade-off. Anyway. The big thing that I note is the damage versus armor, which is actually what I'm encountering the most. In this case here, I switched the research from the plasma rifle to the laser. Now, if I wind up with some enemies that have higher shields, I'm going to want to go back on that. I'm going to want to equip people with laser rifles. So it seems to me to have the bread and butter of my army really are these SMGs. So in this case here, I'm just going to start researching the Chimera because I think I do think it's going to be something that becomes useful later. But this is an example here, right? I'm getting 0.01 a sec. So effectively this is at a standstill, but I'm continuing on with my research program. And again, over time, I'm going to do things like the EMP charger. This fires a single slug, which detonates an localized yet highly concentrated EMP blast on contact with its target. The resulting blast produces an electronic and magnetic field, temporarily stunning any target with neural implants, disabling any nearby electronics. An ideal modification for those who want to suppress targets quickly. This would be very helpful in some senses, but I'm not entirely sure I want to put everything behind a one-time shot on the EMP, because again, that's going to generate some noise, that's going to generate some attention, and I'm going to have to deal with the consequences. And because this is something that is equipped for all of the laser weapons, I'm not actually going to be able to deal with the armored characters. So this is the neat thing about it, right, is that the tactical side is for people who kind of like maybe RTS style games, or they kind of like moving between these things here. But if you're a nerd like me who loves like spreadsheets and trying to min-max damage and stuff like that, there's a lot of meat in here as well. Now again, you can have a very enjoyable playthrough of this game without like going ham like I am on this stuff. Like again, the way that I would properly calculate this stuff, I take a look at the probability of actually doing the damage, the accuracy, and then I would discount these damage values by that. I would try to say, okay, so the rate of fire to equip, to calculate some expected DPS. And if you wanted to get very complicated, you say, okay, I've got a magazine size of 30, so I'm not going to fill, I'm not going to empty out the clip. How's that going to change the expected DPS over time? But you don't need to do that, right? That's only if you like this sort of stuff. But the big thing here is just, I like to say, okay, I want to be cash flow positive, even if it's 0.01, because this allows me to equip my soldiers with the best. And so basically what this means, I will research anything that's 4 or less. So I'm going to do the Chimera, eventually I'm going to do the EMP charger. Light shields are kind of like that's a whatever thing for me. I don't see a major advantage of doing that because my current shield is better. But again, it's nice to kind of fill out the research. And then I was going to say, what does the arm replacement? So can turn, poison valve, can use high vents. I might wind up equipping this. I like this more than the nanofiber muscle. But I'm not going to research any of that. I want to research the weapons. But what I am going to do is, based on the last few encounters that I've had, and given the fact that I'm going to be going up against a lot more armor, I'm going to switch out my team with plasma rifles. Next, we're going to take a quick look at augmentation. I can use plasma mufflers. I'm not entirely sure there's a stealthy way to just blow somebody away with plasma rifles. I could do the EMP charger, but again, if the agent dies, then I lose it. I could also try, can I really do extended clips on? No, that doesn't make any sense. Those are ballistics. So it looks like I can't actually equip these things. So yeah, my options are the plasma muffler or the optical scope. I already own the optical scope, and I think the extra range is actually a nice one. Unfortunately, it doesn't improve your accuracy. But I think this is how we load ourselves out. Now, I have a little bit of a decision to make. I'm currently equipping a laser weapon for my sniper. I'm actually okay leaving this because what this does is it's going to give me an option. I can use my infiltrator to target some of the characters with shields. And so in this case, there's a little bit of diversity in terms of my weapons loadout. And again, I simply do not have a laser equivalent of the sniper rifle. So I think this one as a whole, I mean, 42.75 damage on its own is still pretty impressive. Not so good versus armor, but guess what? I've got 3 people who melt armor like it doesn't exist. So, I mean, I'm just not microing properly if this character is hitting people with armor. I'm completely okay with leaving that the way that it is. Okay, so over the course of the game, your characters also gain skill points. So I made a couple decisions in terms of where I went. So for the build paths, I said that the soldier is going to get the clone with the highest HP. They're going to play a very tanky role. So I gave them draw fire, at which point they decrease the damage received by 20%, and the enemy attacks focus entirely on the soldier. And then I also gave them harder, decreased damage received by 100%, and then that decreases my speed and cooldown. But you've sort of seen how these firefights kind of be extended. I like stand in place. I'm like, that's it, we're gonna make our last stand. I try to get a positional advantage by maybe taking the high ground or something like that. And if things get really dangerous, like if my support is, you know, getting their armor chewed up or something like that, I get a get out of jail free card, draw fire, harden. Everybody's immune for a few minutes so they can just nail the enemies and take them out. So I focused on draw fire and harden, but now I get some extra things. Now, as you got to see through that last heist, hardwiring, which I ignored originally, is very, very helpful. It can sometimes get me into places where my hacker can't. So I'm going to get that last point, which means there's nothing that my soldier now can't hardwire. And so my next decision now will be, what do I want? Do I want them to be an explosive specialist? Do I want rage, which will increase their damage? Or do I want to do something like weapon specialist? Now, I already did put a point in weapon specialist because I didn't appreciate how useful hardwiring was. And I think in the end here, I do need something that's pretty strong in a firefight. So what I'm going to do next is max out weapon specialist. I'm probably also going to wind up putting some points into health because this is the tank role. But at this point here, like, I don't really have enough gear to justify Pack Mule, which will allow them to carry more equipment. And I haven't been using explosives. I also haven't been getting a lot of very good explosives. So I'm going to save explosives for a little bit later. So right now, my damage output as a whole is pretty weak. I'm going to focus on that first. And then second, because this soldier is a tank, I'm going to go to health. So max out weapon specialist, max out health. Next up, we've got the support. So World Scan is a very helpful ability, and because I wanted to get some good clones for my soldiers right away, I wanted to make sure that they had, first of all, the maximum scan radius, because again, knowledge is power. You want as much information as you can. And then the cost of purchasing info on a scanned individual is reduced by 100%. So you get to spy on everybody in this game. You get to find what the best bodies to possess are, and then you just hack them and take them, which again, really, really appealing to me. It's the sort of thing that I, you know, at least in terms of how I look at this stuff, this is the priority number one that I have. Next up, field medic. Again, in this case, I just, you know, I'm willing to take the support out of combat and heal, because again, what you want to look at is the margin, right? If I can keep my damage dealers up for, you know, just a few more seconds longer, that can be the difference between taking out the team that deals with us or suddenly having to do damage control and like healing up a bunch of people. So being able to have a max level in field medic early on is something that allows me to sustain those firefights. So I started with those two. Now what you can see here is we've been doing more on leadership. Why does that? Well, the cooldown speed reduces by 40%, so that's feeding into my soldier. I'm going to be able to use that get out of jail free card of harden and draw fire a lot more often. It increases the energy regen speed by 35%, so that's great for everyone, right? So in this case, oh, and again, my hacking. My hacker is able to possess more people faster. My infiltrator is going to be able to regenerate from their cloaking faster, and most importantly, the max energy of all agents goes up. So again, this is somebody who is every definition of support. So again, I want to max that out. Now, I've maxed it out. The big question is, once I have some more points, what do I want to do? Mark target is interesting, but again, that's putting a lot of resources towards one thing that only lasts for 9 seconds. So it's like, is there something better that we can do? Well, Team Stims is kind of interesting because that slows down time, but I think what I might wind up doing with this character is, until I use them as a field medic, it maybe makes a little more sense to give them a few levels of weapon specialist, and then I'll start thinking about some of these things like mark target and so on and so forth. I might even put a pointed pack mule in because this guy's currently carrying grenades, and so if I can give them that extra inventory slot, it'll be nice to give them a shield as well so they don't drop too fast. The one weakness in my current build setup is because this guy is carrying the grenades, he doesn't have a shield, which means my healer is also the most likely to go down in combat. Now again, I've got a temporary solution for that with my soldier, but I think it would be good if I can make him a little bit more resistant to damage. Next up, I've got the hacker. I think hacking is an extremely useful ability. The ability to go through any door in the game is really important. So I I put everything into hacking. Likewise, hijack, you get the best level clones if you have no restrictions in terms of what you can take. So again, I maxed out hijack there. What I'm doing next is I'm focusing on Master Technician, and again, you just need to see what's going on here. Laser damage up by 20%, increased shield regeneration by 2 per sec, so again, more survivability for everyone except for my support. And finally, shields start regenerating quicker by 10%. So again, I've already put the point in here. It's a no-brainer. I just hit that button. Have a great night, Melee Mage, and thank you so much for stopping by. I think I may wind up joining you before too long, but I'm having a good time. I'm really, really happy that you guys came by. I've not always felt like God's gift to streaming, and every time I do a stream like this, I get a very nice reminder from the people inside the chat. So I think one of the things that I've appreciated more than... So I kind of knew what this was based on some of the streams that I go to. So a really great example of this is Jessie Quill. If you watch her stream for long enough, you're going to notice that some of the people in her chat feel very comfortable bringing up personal issues and directly in the chat and talking with her. And I mean, she has a background in psychology. She has a very empathetic personality. And I mean, I have been the direct recipient of this in, personally. Like she and I get along very well. And it's a friendship that can sustain some cases where, as much as I'm ashamed to admit, like if I get angry, I, might be a little harder on her than I think is really fair if I take a step back and I think about it. And I have never felt like, I mean, she's been very, very good with it. Now there's this responsibility on my part, right? Like I need to apologize. It doesn't happen often, but the fact that it happened at all with somebody like that is it's something that I should feel appropriately ashamed for. But there's something about her personality. Again, I've never felt judgment. She's always been very understanding. And so, I'm familiar with the phenomena of people in casts feeling a particular connection with a caster who, where they'll maybe bring a little bit of themselves into it. But the one thing that I think is less appreciated by viewers is the impact that a viewer can have, just the occasional nice word, or, I really like what you did there, or this is such an interesting cast, or, hey, I'm happy to have seen you do this a little more often. All of these different things. I don't think you can ever really appreciate, especially for the case of a caster who will always have a certain persona that they present. It's not to say that people are fake, but there is, I think, Jess has met me in person. And so if you were to ask her, I think she can tell you that there's a bit of a difference in terms of who I am on cast and who I am in person. The person who I am on cast is a reflection of myself, but I also know the camera's on. I also know I need to put on a show. And so, there's going to be a little bit of a difference. Now, with all of that said, I don't think you're ever really going to know what's, happened to somebody 5 minutes before the cast. You know, there's very few times where you're necessarily going to know what's happening in somebody's life. And I think anybody who's casted can probably tell you that there is something that somebody can say in chat that just makes all of the stuff in the back of your mind go away. You know, it's just, I'm having a good time. You know, this is about the gaming. I'm with people who share this common interest. You know, there's lots of different ways that you can mention it. But again, my experience as a viewer has always been people who bring themselves into a cast and interact with the streamer. But maybe what isn't talked about as often is what you guys give to me personally, for sure. But I wouldn't be surprised to find out that there's more than a few casters who've benefited from that. So probably not exactly the sort of thing that you should say for like an early morning cast from somebody who's been up too late, but I think it bears saying. You guys definitely have an impact on the people you watch, and it's a very positive one. So, okay, welcome back, Johnny Big Time. What time is it where you are? It must be like almost, it's like 11 or noon where you are, right? Man, I have been nursing this Red Bull for a few hours. Generally feel okay though. By the way, the Red Bull's courtesy of Jesse Quill. So I should just put a big sponsorship sign up. I mean, this is this is where it's heading. All right. I've held it up enough. This is the last mission of the grid. So again, for those of you, 10:52. Okay. So for those of you who are on the fence about this game, general idea, the downtown district is where we started. Once we finish the grid, we're going to be moving into one of the next ones, either CBD or industrial. I think industrial is the next one we're supposed to go to, but we'll see. It's almost 11, all the drunk people waking up and wanting omelets. It's a really good point. Man, did I spend my Friday night the wrong way. The only regret I have is I wanted to do some game dev. But I started writing something that, somebody had asked me for, and then, they decided to act instead. So it's like, okay, well, I just spent a bunch of hours, preparing something that nobody's going to read. So, but I mean, life doesn't turn out the way you want it to, so. Oh God. Okay. So there's no good way to get into this. Let's just throw that out there at the start. Actually, I'm going to save my game because this is going to be a complete Charlie Foxtrot for... Oh my goodness, SLF, thank you for sharing. I did not appreciate that was where you are. So, that's... Again, thank you for that. That's... And yeah, I mean, again, in one sense, there's a side of me that kind of wishes I could do what Jess does. Oh man, this turret's back. Okay, well, we know what we have to do. So right now I'm jammed, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to equip my pistol for my my infiltrator. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until this guy's in a sort of a sequestered position, and then I'm just going to assassinate them. Shot to the back of the head. Actually, I should decide that I'm... Yeah. I may not actually want to take this approach, so let's think about this for a minute. Oh my God, this is going to be a nightmare. There's no good way to get into this. I mean, if I do the zip lines, there's that behemoth. Okay, so first of all, if I do the zip lines, I'm probably going to fall to my death. Assuming I don't fall to my death, this behemoth is here to just nail me. God damn it, what's... Why you gotta be like this, Scientology? not Scientology. Please don't sue me. But yeah, so there's a side of me that kind of wishes that I could do what Jess does. But then, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just kind of too cold as a person to really be effective at that. Like, I think sometimes the worst thing is when somebody tries to... I mean, there's nothing more dangerous in the world than a well-intentioned idiot. I mean, it could be that that's maybe just not something that I'm good at, and I shouldn't necessarily try to force. I think the best way I've been able to approximate that is to just recognize that God damn it, the beavers did. Nice. I think the best that I can say is that one of my research assistant positions was for... Ooh, that's an ugly group. I really need to reconsider whether or not I want to... So the last time that I've tried to do this approach, it took me like 4 or 5 tries. Whereas... Where's that other door? This one worked like not the first try, but as close as I can get to the first try. So let me see if I can attack it from this direction. But yeah, so one of the research assistant jobs I had was on intellectual property, and the prof was really big on patents. And you can see why, right? Like if you're trying to work out social benefits, medicine is protected by patents. I think a lot of people think software patents are kind of nonsense, but that's the other one. I mean, this is in the Constitution, right? The protection of science and the useful arts. But I also think copyright's important. That's actually why I originally got... You can be a bit of a troll, but in a good way. You can never get upset if you're told to stop. No. That's... You're a man after my own heart. You should see me in other casts. I am surprised I am not banned. Sometimes. I definitely can... I can say very silly things in chats. Why am I bringing up copyright while talking about casters? One of the reasons why I focused a lot on copyright, I mean, again, in the end, so I'm never going to say movies are probably not going to be more important than... I mean, why do I even say probably? They're not going to be more important than medicine. Nobody's making that argument. I'm certainly not. But I still see value in studying copyright, and not one, because I think anything important is worth studying. But if you want to have an idea of social welfare, imagine Charlie Chaplin and The Great Dictator, right? Or any Chaplin film. When you are facing the specter of a Second World War, sometimes being able to go to the movies and laugh is, like there has to be some value that we assign to that. So I think because I don't think I'm ever really going to have the empathy and the understanding that Jess does. I think, I screwed up, didn't I? Yeah, that thing knocks down all those cameras. Damn it. All right. I'm almost certainly going to get caught doing this. I think the best I can say, because I don't have the empathy that Jess does, I think the best that I can do is, I think I will have done a very, very small part if for a little while somebody had a place where they can maybe take their mind off of the stuff that's stressing them out, and they just get to have a good time, and and watch me be goofy at a game I'm not very good at. Your pain meds make you a bit loopy sometimes, and you just don't realize how it affects you. No. I mean, SLFU have been an absolute pleasure to have in cast. I have considered myself, as I said, I mean, I don't say it just for the rhetoric. Like, I consider myself very lucky to have. Okay, well, this is going to be a lot of crappy. I consider myself very lucky to have people like you in the chat. You've definitely been a lot of fun to have inside. So whether or not you're on your pain meds right now, listen, I've got no complaints. I am very happy to have met you under these circumstances. So I technically have a bit of attention on me. I think I'm just going to hold back for a bit. There don't seem to be any guards in the area, which is a shame. This would have been a good time to move inside, but I also want to see what's happening to this patrol. This is a nice little hiding spot that I'm in right now, so I can't afford to lollygag too much because I don't know how long it's going to take for this thing to get back up. I'm actually going to see if I can maybe permanently disable this by doing the other side. I don't think so. Ah, crap. Okay, let's just run around the corner and see if we can get away with this. Again, we've got the weapons drawn just in case we need to use them, but I think we got away with that. By the way, you do get experience for doing this, so if you successfully hide from the enemy, you know, being able to do stealth actions will reward you just as much as combat. In fact, I would argue that doing a successful stealth mission will provide you more opportunities to gain XP than doing a run and gun. But the run and gun does give you the really cool music, so sometimes you gotta have a little violence. So some good examples here, just to tell you about the loadout. So the drone that I'm dealing with is inorganic. So my options were a 1.58. Oop, that's the wrong one. 1.71, or I guess I don't have the laser weapon right now, do I? 4.66. So the laser is the obvious option against the drone. So what I would want to do here is I would want to select my infiltrator who's got the laser weapon, and that would take care of the drone. So next thing we say is like, okay, so we've got an Eternals Initiate. This guy doesn't have any armor. What does that mean? Well, again, we go back to our reference. So again, I don't worry about shield and armor because it's flesh. We've got 288 versus 275. Now again, slower rate of fire for the pulse rifle, but also higher accuracy for the pulse rifle. So I'm going to say that this is better against unarmored opponents. Also, damage versus armor is the highest for the plasma rifle. So in this case, we've got most of the bases covered. If I were expecting to kind of go up against more drones, and if I thought I was going to be shooting down more turrets, I would maybe adjust my views on that. But right now, this is kind of the best setup I can hope for. I think I want to go back to my good hiding spot last time. You got the soundtrack with the game, so you can listen to the cool music anytime. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is kind of more of the searching kind of music. But yeah, I mean, every time, you know, the combat music comes in, I get a little charge out of it. I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is I really like video games. I always feel kind of dumb about it because I know the time that I spend playing a game is, you know, time that I mean, like, I also really like what I study, and there are some textbooks that I know I can just keep reading and you know, they're always going to give me something new. So like there's a really great example of this would be like Daron Acemoglu's textbook on growth is just something else. Like, and it's something I really haven't studied that well in my classes. And so like there's that side of me that says it's like, you know, this is what you're giving up. Like you know, studying this stuff is respectable. This is arguably what you're good at. But you know, sometimes you just gotta run around a cyberpunk dystopia and shoot things and listen to banging techno. God. It's only a couple more months of school left. Well, no, and then I go work for my nation's statistical agency, and then I have to make it my business to keep on top of this stuff. All right. I'm really just kind of flying blind here. I actually should be thinking about my approach. Okay, so we can get... Yeah, okay, so I gotta get here. And looks like it's actually fairly straightforward as long as we can deal with these guys. Now again, it seems easier than it is because we're still taking advantage of the disabling of the cameras. I have no idea how long that's gonna last. So if these guys camp too much, I might actually double back and head up this way. But no, looks like we're good. So we're going to hug the wall. Oh, hopefully these guys turn left. They don't. Okay, Jesus. Okay, so he's going left. He's not going. Oh, man, these guys are teases. God, I really just want to run that. But discipline? I mean, if nothing else, I just hide around the corner and I assassinate. Yeah, I gotta go. Okay, so we're gonna assassinate. Oh, maybe there's no need. Make your mind, damn it! Okay, so we're hiding behind here. Next step is going to be going around the edge here. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, screw it. Blow him away! Okay, I think I'm just gonna use cloak for this and... Hey Jim, you sleeping on the job again? Oh, you gotta be friggin' hell. Okay. Plan B. There's not a lot of good hiding spots up here, unfortunately, so... So we're just going to make sure the weapons are out. We're going to put them at the top levels. What we're first going to do is we're actually going to try and take advantage of the wall. Oh, no, we're going to head up here because this patrol can't... I really can't afford that patrol to see me. These guys are probably going to have a little trouble finding where I am. Depending on what happens with these guys, though, it could be the run or not. There does not seem to be any effective way to shut down those cameras. So if I wanted to do... Okay, well I told you how much I like that music, right? Harden and fuck this guy up. Look at that armor melt. Oh, that's a beautiful thing. Okay, so we're just running straight to the front. Oh my god, that's a lot of guys. Okay, this was a mistake. This was such a mistake. Oh my god. This is a disaster. This is so bad. Everybody's gonna die. Okay, same deal. We gotta get the fifth guy up there as a sacrificial lamb. We need to buy some times. Okay, we need to buy some time for the team. We'll get them to go to the restricted area. Oh, they're still going for it. Hopefully this guy can run interference. Run. I don't care what it takes. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hide. Yeah, there's no way of getting around this. So basically at this point we just see if we can run the gauntlet. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's so much damage I'm taking. Run for it. Please make it. Oh, crap. I forgot that thing. Okay. I think this is a safe hiding spot if I go around the corner. Oh, Jesus. This is why I like this game. This is really intense. Okay, I'm going to let these things do their work because the big trick about these dog things are that they don't do too much if they attack you. But it looks like they're... Oh yeah, they caught Wise. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can deal with these guys around the corner. What we can't deal with is the mass over to the side. Oh, but they're coming. Oh, they are coming. Okay. Okay, so everybody's got their energy back. That's good. We can still get support guy on the health. And what's going to happen now is, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're free. But if it seems like there's any further danger, we just use my get out of jail free card of Harden and draw fire, and then we're just able to get out of the front door. And as soon as we get out of the front door, we're in a pretty good spot. But I don't believe we need to worry about any of that. I think we're solid. Nice. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to dodge patrols for a little bit. Again, I'm not going to fire at that thing because it's gonna delay my soldier, but it's not going to cause any major damage. And the nice thing about going to the relay beacon is, one, it will recharge your health and your ammo, but they're also out of the way, so it's very rare that a patrol is going to run into you there. So I believe that this is not going to say the mission's done until we get our detection level to the lowest. But again, definitely a very clowny final mission. But you could sort of see, so the lesson to pull out of that one is a good build is going to be something that can be the difference between just a wipe when you screw up as badly as I did, and the ability to say, it's like, okay, my hacker's going to take the major damage dealer, now he's on my side. You know, my support's taking too much damage, I'm going to hammer the draw fire and the harden. Now, these are not the only combos that you can do inside of the game, but for me, because my playstyle is very focused on achieving the stealth run, knowing that I'm very likely to screw up, especially on stream, I have ability to access is number one, and then second is the ability to direct the damage, to direct the enemy where I want them to go. So that means a lot of control abilities, that means a lot of, you know, damage absorption, things like that. And again, it's just a matter of sort of trying to direct everything to places where I want them to go. So, jackpot. Those blueprints are as good as gold. We'll get our lab boys to work decrypting and manufacturing Chop Chop. So, all 4 items accessed. And the House of the Eternals doesn't seem to have any further follow-up. So, dismiss it. And this is the wonderful moment in this game. It's a very exciting one. So the way that this game kind of works is that your overall project is Satellite Reign. And you do missions in each of the districts. So this is everything that we did in the downtown district. And you'll see now we've hit this wonderful point where in the grid, we have completely... It's not really a screw up if you've planned for it happening at some point. Well, I don't know, like... I would feel like a champion if I could get in there without anybody noticing and get out. But this is definitely... The grid is a lot harder than the district. They definitely do... I thought at the beginning when I did downtown that I thought the game might have been a little too easy. But I'll definitely say the fact that I've needed to like leave a couple of missions after, you know, at the end of a stream, and I'm like, I just can't do it tonight, guys. Like, they have a very nice difficulty curve. I'm really curious what the last mission looks like, because I know in the original Syndicate, like the last mission, at least when I saw it, was absurd. I had no idea how you were supposed to beat it. But yeah, so we're in the same position with the grid. We see everything here. And we've got everything that we can. Now, it's worth mentioning with my 122,000, there's the black market dealer, which will get me any number of bits of gear. A lot of this is very useful, and not all of this is available through research. The problem is if I bought all of this, I would be bankrupt. So I've so far declined to use any of this, but we'll see what happens on the next... We'll see what kind of happens on the next round. So, maybe just, you know, for reference, our main target is Dracogenics Ace Up Their Sleeve, ResTech, Resurrection, Life After Death. If you're rich enough and important enough, they can save you, like a file. When your meat body dies, they just download you into a new one. Rich assholes in suits get to live forever. Poor people lose their bodies to let it happen, fed into the process like factory parts. We know the ResTech is housed in the heart of Dracogenics HQ. We've got to fight our way there, one district at a time, learning everything we can, gearing up, finding their secrets and weak points while we arm and armor ourselves. This won't be easy. Once we've taken the ResTech from them, though, it'll be worth it. So one of the reasons why I did the grid... All right, it's time to talk checkpoints. The city's divided up zone by zone in order to get anywhere. You got to have the right credentials, or, well, very big guns and poor decision-making skills. Credentials are way easier and likelier to work. The Eternals run the system, and their tech is basically impossible to try to forge, so we're not going to try. We're going after the men reading the scanners, so on and so forth. So that was kind of what motivated me to go to the grid. What I want to do now is just take a look at the checkpoint credentials for the CBD or the Industrial District and see if it kind of lends itself towards, you know, this is the next place I should be going. So Industrial District, this checkpoint's in a little worse shape than most, and hopefully we can make it sing and dance for us. Word is there's a smuggling outfit that knows the ins and outs. They might even let us get our weapons passed with the right permits. So there's a forger we know too over Slumside who can get us some work permits. So again, this is definitely talking about the downtown area and the CBD. CBD checkpoint is going to be tough. They take this one seriously. None of the topsiders want downstream scum dirtying the place up. So no one gets in without a good reason. Forged documents aren't going to cut it. We need the real deal. The good news is we've got people already lined up who might be able to acquire some passes from. To keep weapons, though, we'll need to jump through a few more hoops. I'm going to try and set up dummy agencies to help with that, so maybe we can get a legit security purpose. So given the fact that the Industrial District's a little bit easier, I think we're going to start with that. So Gate Pass 1, dealing with the smuggler. All right, let's track down the smuggler. Got some tracer programs we can run. Hit up enough data terminals for it to work. Let's see what they spot for us. Tag smuggler's too careful for this to be easy. Get us a second terminal dedicated to running. Oh, so I've actually already done some of these. The smuggler will likely want us to go on a wild goose chase in exchange for the first industrial pass, but everybody has a price. we could just part with a chunk of our savings and skip the bullshit. Won't be cheap, but it's an option. Now I can afford 15,000, but I'd much rather get gear with that. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to go for the mission. I'm right beside a terminal for that. So, all right. So I got to find an easy way upstairs. I think there's a set of stairs over here. Okay, new message, situation contained, tracer programs. Oh, interesting. So it does make us go to the grid. So yeah, there's no way of actually getting to the industrial district non-violently unless you do the grid first. That's really interesting. I never knew that. When I did my first playthrough of this single player, I actually went to the industrial district, but I just shot my way through because I thought that was the only way I could do it. Forgot to arm my, I forgot to do the sniper rifle. I technically don't need to bring the whole team for this, but it makes sense. We've got our research done, so we may switch out from plasma rifles depending on what we find in the industrial district, but I'm not really ready to go for rounds yet. Remote satchel. A satchel charge which after being placed on the desired target can be remotely detonated from a safe distance. Very tempting, given the problem I've had with turrets. This is too costly, but the full arm replacement might actually give me... That might actually give me a couple of edges on some things. I'm going to start with the full arm replacement. So my research plans right now, full arm replacement, explosive satchel, the rounds, then light shielding, ammo vest, and nanofiber muscle. And those are just because I don't ever actually intend on using those things. Oh yes, we've got, where are we? They want us to pick up a package and deliver it. Aren't we already... Oh, wrong item. Where to next? Oh my god, this was so hard to do. Package acquired. Now he wants us to play delivery squad to the Dracogenics Armory here in the downtown district. Okay. Why not? And I am going to bring the whole team because I'd like the money. I have a feeling, though, this is going to be a bit... This is going to be a bit of an ordeal. Oh, they are going to see me. Maybe I should just hardwire this. Oh, no, the hardwire doesn't apply. So basically what you do when you play this game, if you push the Y button, you're going to have the graphics. So if I did this hardwire, that would only affect this door, which I've already got open. In contrast, there's a power generator somewhere which will disable these cameras, but because I can't access that generator, I just send my hacker over here and and fire that up. Nice little bit of level design here. Of course, they've put obstructions, so I can't just run behind the barracks. I'm actually going to have to go somewhere through the middle. This is made substantially easier by the fact that I've got a hacker to shut off those cameras. But I am going to need to kind of make myself scarce while this patrol runs by. The name of the game is basically going to be wait until they walk by, run down, run around. It's not the hardest puzzle in the world to work with, but again, it's just an example where you got to have a little patience in terms of dealing with these missions. And again, I think this might be a little bit of the reason why this game isn't streamed a little more often, because there are definitely, if you want to do sort of optimal approaches to submissions, a lot of it is just kind of waiting for the luck in the search pattern, and especially the more advanced you get. Oh, I'm busted. But I'm pretty sure I can sneak around this corner and nobody's going to be the wiser. And because I like doing it, let's just hardwire that. What is that hooked up to? Oh, actually, that's hooked up to other stuff, so that's pretty useful. Okay, relative to where I am, this is the one that's got the double. Yeah. Yeah, this one was really hard to sort out. This is definitely one that you can't run and gun. In fact, it's debatable that there might be a better approach to this armory. And I won't be able to use my fast travel though. Okay, well, I'm committed anyway, so let's find the most direct path down there. I think we can afford to run here. This is a really dangerous spot to be in because it's wide out in the open, and I know there's a lot of patrols around here. And again, these individual troops I can blow away, but collectively they're actually very they're very hard to take on. Like once the alarms kind of go off in this area, you're in a world of hurt. There's not a lot of good hiding spots over here, so I think I'm just gonna wait to see what these guys do before I go any further. What I want to do in the end is I want to get my hacker. Want to get my hacker over here, and we're gonna go in through this door. Okay, these guys are a little too likely to turn left, so this thing's gonna catch me. But again, it's not a big deal because they don't raise the alarm on their own. Okay, so we're gonna very quickly run. This thing's gonna be alerting on me, but I can hack it before it becomes a problem. Okay, so we're in here. Now the big challenge on this one, oh, you know what? Okay, no, we can still hit that. We can still hit that generator. Being able to hardwire this time around is actually going to make this a substantially more a simpler run. Okay, so we should see these security cameras go down, which is a... We don't. So what are those hooked up to? Well, that's useless to me. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna cheat. This is just the cloaking ability on my my infiltrator. What the hell? How do they get seen if they're cloaked? Okay, well I don't have any options. I'm just gonna uncloak so I can start regenerating. Either they're gonna turn around and find me. So far going in the right direction. There must be a proximity thing that triggers that. Yeah, the cameras completely see me. Okay, what I don't want to do is have this character give away the rest of the team. Okay, I really don't know how the cloaking works. You know what? There's something we can do about this. You know what? I think I've lost my infiltrator. Yeah. Nothing to be done about it. That was just a screw up, and I actually should have put her with the rest of the group because they could at least have fought their way through it. Oh, it was my hacker. Oh my god. I didn't actually want to spend that money. I actually really need my hacker in there. Let's see if we can go without. Oh, wait a minute. We maybe the infiltrator, or not the infiltrator, the soldier can do this. Okay, we're just gonna brute force this. That's so embarrassing that it was the hacker I was controlling instead of the infiltrator. That's like that's an unforgivable screw up. There's no reason I should have lost my Okay, yeah, so that got us in. And at this point we're gonna take advantage of the fact that I'm so strong compared to these guys that actually, you know what? Alright, package drop, smugglers in, and has dropped off some scanner scramblers. We should be able to get our weapons through without a hitch. So they can't see me here yet. So I'm going to take advantage of this by just hiding behind the structure. If I have to, I'm still going to run and gun it, but yeah, so it looks like they are going to. Okay, so take advantage of the fact they're all clustered and get the hell out of there. Oh, there's too many people in the wrong spots. Okay, so I forget that my soldier's a slow mover. What's our best? I think the front door is their best way out. We already have a key for it, so we're actually just going to walk out the front door. You know what, we should probably run from this. This was a mistake. Ah, yes, but I did do the mission where those things react slower to me, so I get away with it for free. Alright, so we're just gonna sit back and wait for the cooldown to go. Sorry, that was not necessarily very good commentary, but I kind of blew it, so it was a matter of just getting through the bad thing. And now we've got our forger wants a hefty price, but has offered us a bit of a discount if we pull a few jobs for him. First off, a prior customer hasn't paid up. His name is Christopher Roberts. Let's pay him a visit, take the target out. That way the forger sends the district a message that nobody rides for free and we get a better deal. So I'm not spending 30,000. So like basically if you've got 45,000 in the bank, go for it. But the fact of the matter, like to give you an idea of what that money can be spent for otherwise, I mean, you know, remote satchel EMP, that thing I was thinking about researching a few steps down. Well, you know, I've already covered half of that. I mean, I'm sorry, with less than half of that, I've already covered the remote satchel. You know, I can pick any one of these other ones for free, basically. So it's not a really good use of money, especially because the missions aren't especially hard except at the very end. Now I'm going to take a second here. Again, I did get some experience points. I don't think enough to, shows what I know. 4 for the soldier. I think we do what we said. We go, there might be an argument for explosive specialist, and possibly pack mule because of the idea of like getting zip lines and stuff like that. But I think I'm going to commit to my previous plan of upgrading weapon specialists, so we have a bit of a heavy hitter. We've maxed out leadership, so I think I also said I was going to go weapon specialist for my support. My hacker needs one more for master technician, and I need another skill point for master assassin, so that's fine. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take a look at my... Actually, you know what? I should do a full audit on everybody. So I already said what my priorities were with my soldier. I want them to have priority number 1, high health. And with that should come a high regen, but, you know, I don't really... You know, you can definitely go overboard on some of this stuff. And accuracy is a nice one to have, especially given... you know, the fact that they are going to be a major damage dealer. So right now I've got 55, 7, 45. Now the nice thing is that as I go through, it's going to show me the differences. So there's clearly no point in going here because I don't fit the health requirement. All of these guys actually seem to be worse off. So 85 health bonus, very, very slow. I think I'm actually going to try this one. So what's next? I think we should probably take a look at my infiltrator. Now this is somebody who I want speed, and accuracy is also good, but definitely speed is my primary trait for that. I don't really think there's a... So I think these upper ones are no good. In fact, I'm gonna guess if I do this for anyone... Okay, of course there's gonna be a speed improvement. Oh wait, but that's because it's 0. I'm not paying attention to speed on those. I think pretty much. Oh, hang on. So I mean that's actually not so bad for the support. Okay, so I'm not gonna dismiss these upper ones. So what are we looking at for the hacker? Not better. Okay, so I should be choosing Rosella Cope if there's no other options. Possibly Maria Lee, but I'm not so convinced. Also Vivian James. Okay, actually my hacker has lots of options, so maybe I should be focusing on my infiltrator and speed. Okay, I'll consider that. Okay. So, I give up health, which I'm comfortable with, because this is a well-defended character. Definitely more speed and more accuracy. In fact, 21% is almost to a point where they run out ahead of the team and become, they wind up in a bad position. But I'm willing to take that risk mostly because they also have an improvement to their accuracy, which means as accuracy is particularly important to my infiltrator, specifically because they have the laser rifle right now, which means they're the major damage dealer against shielded targets and against drones. So this has a fairly unique position in my lineup. I think the hacker is the next one, so I figure probably I already know where I'm going with this. So 17.5, 15.2, 17.7. So I prefer this. Health regen is not that big of a deal for my my hacker compared to these. So 17.7, 8.2. Oh, hang on. Actually, I think the 15 was still... Yeah, so what am I saying? 0.8 is better anyway. Oh my goodness, Elkanu's hosting me. Guys, I've been talking about him so much in the background. Fugazi, who was in here a little bit earlier, was from Elkanu's stream. Now, Elkanu this is wonderful to be getting a host from him. I don't know if he's in the chat, but I'm going to shout him out anyway. So, what I need to say first, Elkanu is an absolutely charming French streamer. Now, this will lend you to the immediate question, why... Oh, no, not a problem at all, Elkanu. I've actually been streaming since 10 o'clock last night, and it is currently 8:42 where I am at. So, I am not streaming very well at this point anyway. But I'm very excited to see you hosting me. You already know how highly I think of you, and yes, I'm going to be shouting out your stream. So, as I said, why am I spending time with these French speakers? So my original motivation was I wanted to improve my French a little bit, and specifically what happened with this game was I watched the English streamers and they really weren't talking during the game. I was trying to decide whether or not I should buy it, and all of the English streamers didn't talk during the game. It seemed very slow and not very interesting. And I was pretty much ready to give it up, except for the fact that there were some good reviews coming through. And so I sort of decided, well, you know what? I want to learn French and I want to get more experience with it anyway. So there's a couple of, French streams on right now playing Satellite Rain. Maybe I should take a look at that. And I saw Elkanu's stream, and again, I really am not that good at French, so I understand some things, and then other times it's a little too much for me. But I was talking about the charisma behind a lot of streamers and things like that, and Elkanu is... The biggest one for me is that he has got an absolutely wicked sense of comic timing. You do not need to understand the language to just get the humor in that cast. But another thing that really stood out, and it's actually really informed the way that I conduct my own stream, is kitchen is closed. You can watch while you clean up. Awesome, Johnny Big Time. Really happy to have you back. I'm shouting out Elkanu right now, so you're not missing a whole lot, but I'll make it worth it for you. But yeah, Elkanu, also, I had to come clean with the fact I couldn't. So he's got a bot that identifies when you're in the chat. And at the time, as soon as I went into the chat, it said who I am. So here he is addressing me. And so I had to come clean that it's not that I don't want to be rude, but I am, very uneven in my my French. And Elkanu, addressed me in English. Extremely gracious man. And again, it is a French stream. The biggest thing, when I recommend Elkanu, I don't want it to be, this invasion of Anglophones converting his stream. But I really mean to stress it when I say that there is so much that you can learn about what goes into a good cast by watching a stream in a language that you're not as comfortable with. Like I said, Elkanu has got an amazing sense of humor, which is, easily one of the first things that I noticed and really drew me to the cast. He has a great sense of games to play too. I got to watch a lot of new and original games. I mean, I wound up buying Satellite Rain based on his playthrough, so I'm really excited to have him hosting me while I'm playing this game. But again, lots of really interesting indies, some favorite games of mine as well. But just again, I think the number of times that I run into casts and I see a caster say, English only, please, and the fact that me being an English speaker was a non-issue, nobody brought it up, nobody said French only, please. I have never had an English only policy in this cast, and I never will, because the community that Elkanu has built is incredible. You've got to, Fugazi, who you had in here earlier, is a great representative of that. Wonderful individual. And so I strongly recommend that you follow Elkanu because, one, he is definitely somebody who deserves a big audience. We've been a little bit of a rivalry going on because, during XCOM 2, he kind of pushed his followers up to mine, and then I think I caught up for a little while. I don't know if I've surpassed him or not, but it's always kind of fun because Elkanu is a much better streamer than me. There's nothing I can say other than that. He's really got a gift. But with that in mind, if I see a number that's close to mine, I'm going to do my best to try and, if he falls behind, I got to get that number back up for him. And if I'm falling behind, I got to cast better and get my own number up. But yeah, Elkanu is a really, really wonderful streamer. And like I said, if only you watch it so you can learn all of the non-verbal things. That's not quite correct because obviously he is speaking in his native language and the communication is very clear, but you don't necessarily need to know the language to get something out of it. That is a great reason to watch, but more importantly, you have to watch him because he's such a fun guy to watch. Even if you don't say a word in the cast, if you just watch him play the game, there is enough body language, there's enough context that you can pick up that it's a great time. And whether he's playing XCOM 2 or Salt and Sanctuary, Satellite Rain, all of these games, he will show you those games at their best. I think Elkanu is probably one of the best advocates for gaming. Like, he is somebody who I feel like developers probably owe some kickback to. I really feel like he shows games at their best and shows you how they're what they look like in their best form. That alone is the reason to watch his stream. So again, I am always very excited. I've had a lot of really wonderful streamers. So we had Kitsch, we had Kite, we've had so many of these people stop by. And to cap it off, we've got Elkanu here. Great guy. I got into his stream with this game, so I couldn't ask for a better experience. He's a wonderful guy, and I really do encourage you guys to follow him out. You'll learn things. Again, if you say hi in English, he'll say hi back. But the biggest thing is that you really can enjoy that stream just turning it up. I mean, like I said, people fall asleep to me, right? Doesn't matter what I'm saying. Oh, and Mushroom 11. Do yourself the favor and watch his Mushroom 11 VOD. That is some great stuff. All right, back to our mission. And yeah, Elkanu, I absolutely, it means a ton coming from you, because you are somebody who I always learn something. In English. You're definitely somebody I always learn something from when I watch, and it's so much fun to watch your cast. My only regret is the time zone because I don't get to see it as often as I would like, and I also haven't gotten that much better in my French, so I need to I need to get back to reading the books so I can be a little more active in your chat. Okay, our forger wants a hefty price, but is off. Oh, right. First off, a prior customer hasn't paid up. We need to rough the guy up. Ah, yes, back to the slum. Every mission is in the slums in downtown. So yeah, this is going to be the real dilemma, is the fact that my infiltrator is so much faster and they've got lower health. It's possible that they'll be like running in and face tanking the forces. So I need to be a little bit better at controlling people. But that's fine. That actually has a built-in solution. One of the things you'll notice, if there's a very big discrepancy. Oh, okay, hang on. This is actually a lot easier than I thought. They're caught on a barrel, so bam. You saw nothing. So if you're ever at a point where people are moving a little bit too fast in your party, it's a very good tactic. Just keep moving from cover to cover, and basically the people who are too fast are going to kind of slow down. They're like going to stop and wait. So they get into a position where you've already said, okay, this is a safe place for them to be, and then the rest of the team catches up, and that way, so consider the difference here, right? I can go. It's a really good game, El Canoe, and actually you should know, I don't know if you've been following the development, but they've got an optional beta right now, and they're adding co-op to the game. So if you have somebody you'd like to play this game with. So I'm just going to give you an example. From here to this end here, just notice how number 4 is getting a lead ahead of everybody. So even if I wanted to do my combo of harden and draw fire, like they're just going to be sitting there taking bullets from that. Oh yeah, that's a really good point. Well, hang on, let me just double check that. If I go to loadout. Oh, you're right, they're all defaulted in here. Wow, why would I ever get... Yeah, I'm not going to make them look like that. You know what, Elcanoe? I think I know... So they've got a Satellite Rain Twitter. I think I actually know the Twitter for the developer. I'm going to send them that suggestion, because that's a really good streamer feature. So anyway, so the example that I gave is like, if you just click in the middle, you run in, and my lower health, higher speed infiltrator is now in trouble. So what happens if we move cover to cover? Okay, we're safe. Now we're going to move on. I mean, I'm using this as an example. This is a terrible cover for where I'm going, but this one isn't. So we'll head up here, and then we move ahead. And again, this is the flat out run, but it's only number 2 who's fallen behind, and number 2 is just a support. So I don't need to worry so much about that. Yeah, I'll admit I haven't actually played the co-op yet, but I'm really encouraged to see what's going to go on with that. So, all right, more mission stuff. We actually, just to let you know where we are, so we got I don't know how far you got in your playthrough. I've cleaned out the grid, so we've completed downtown, we've completed the grid, and now we're going to be moving on to the industrial sector. Why does it always have to be a mission I've already done before? Okay. I think this terminal wasn't so hard to get. If I remember correctly, I think it was actually easier for me to go through the front door in the end. Oh, hang on. No, it isn't. It's just a data terminal, so I can take advantage of my... You cleared 3 or 4 seconds. Okay, so you're still ahead of me. Yeah, actually, Elkanus SLF is somebody who just joined the cast. I believe you just followed today, if I remember correctly. So it's a great time to meet him. He's been a very, very great person to have, especially during the late night when I'm... Not a problem at all, Elcanoe. I am always so happy to see you. I always love an opportunity to talk about how much I like your stream. So have a great day. Thank you so much for that host. I cherish it, and looking forward to seeing the next thing that you're casting. Have a great, I guess it's afternoon, or is it evening where you are? I think it's afternoon. Anyways, whatever time of day it is, have a good one, Elkanu, and I'll see you on your side. Okay, so what we're doing here is the infiltrator has a 100% success rate on the zipline. I just need to get to this data terminal. So I'm just going to head there. Now the big question is, what do I do once I've got the data? Well, this is where the speed's going to come into play. So what's the problem I run into? I'm actually going to pause just to make sure that I don't have to do anything else here. But there's a security camera. I can outrun both of them. And oh, how convenient, there's a vent. Where does that vent go? Well, right out here onto the street. Don't need to worry, just double back and say hi to my mates. So, let's just make sure we don't have anything else to do inside here. All set, another chopped off for price. Our forger's pleased with our work and is willing to wipe the bill clean. Free passes if we do just one more job. It's a package delivery gig. If we pick up a package for a client, drop it off, we are getting our permits for free. And it's in the Dracogenics compound. Alright. Alright, so plan still goes for my escape. I'm actually going to try and bypass this camera altogether by just hanging out around the edge. Again, I don't... Or actually, hang on. Now that I know that the cloaking problem was because I had the wrong freaking character, I just turn on stealth and it's not a problem. Nope, completed research, so I think it was weapons I was doing next, right? Well, those are just the rounds, so is there really nothing else I can do? Satchel's good. Yeah. So research the satchel, and then the rest is just kind of all these fiddly bits until I get some more money to research the more expensive stuff. Okay, so we'll do another save. And I think the front door might actually be the right way to go this time, so... As usual, I'm just going to take a second here. It does not hurt at all to take a little bit of time and see what's going on. So this is my target. I've got a back door here. So again, in this case, it makes a little more sense to solve the puzzle backwards. So we need to get here. We're going to use this door. Connects here, only one path, so fairly easy so far. We head back. This is where it gets a little more complicated. So what I'm actually going to wind up doing is heading back here, just because these are a little complicated to deal with. But the question is, how do I find the best route to heading in there? I believe it's going to be this vent. So to get there... Ah, perfect. I paid to have that door opened earlier, and this is going to make it a cakewalk. I incidentally do not know the origins of the term cakewalk. I messed this one up a couple times too, but I'm a little more confident in my approach now. Run. So kind of screwed that one up, but we just jumped through the vent here. He's not going to be able to do anything about it. Take a quick look at what that's hooked up to. Might make a little more sense to take my hacker through this, but I'm going to be a bit undisciplined and and take the whole team. So again, cover is really important on these cases just because of the cameras. Oh, I screwed up. But fortunately I'm behind something solid, so... patrols are going to be a little bit of a pain. You know what? I think I can just leg it. Oh, sorry guys. I completely, I forgot to turn off my alarm. Back in a sec.
Negotiations begin immediately. Jean-Paul Juncker is president of the European Commission.
Who would have known that the news is talking about Brexit? You know, that's a question I should have asked El Canu, whether or not the Brexit means that France can finally declare war on its ancient enemy, England. I guess I didn't really need to bring the whole team for this. Yeah. I have a little trouble sleeping through my alarm, so I definitely keep it loud. Nice work, both passes are acquired. We're good to go. We can get into the industrial district now. Through the scanners, ride the elevator, and we're in. So, good news. I don't think there are any more missions. Yeah, until I actually get in the industrial district, there's not going to be any more missions for me, so... What I might have done is gone around for the security camera. I think I am actually going to do that this time around, just because it'll probably make getting through these areas a little easier. But again, exit is always a little bit easier than the entrance, because once you have the goods, it's just a matter of getting the bodies to the door. Everything else is kind of... yeah, it's a little old and very stylized. So I was basically what happened was I was playing around with this. It's a fun little iPhone app called Decimate, and you snooze your alarm from sleep, so you had to move it across the room. Yeah, see, I used to do that, Johnny, but my neighbor, there's not very thick wall. Okay, yeah, I got caught. Again, this is what I get for being lazy. But fortunately, all my guys are really fast now. So while they're busy saying, "Oh, I think I saw a bad guy," you know, reconvene. Just make sure we move from cover to cover for this spot. So this is a good example of somebody that my plasma build doesn't work very well against because of the shields. And in that case, I would need to rely on my sniper with the lasers. Hey, Leah2, good to see you. Speaking of another streamer, Leah2, I started streaming at 10 o'clock in the evening. It is now 9:03 a.m., so we're coming on our 11th hour of casting, and I am going to be finishing up pretty soon. But I am really happy to have you here for the time I am casting. So guys, Leah2 is a wonderful Finnish caster. He is somebody who does a great diversity of streams. I always give him the same introduction, which is a bit of a shame. Because he is somebody who never does the same thing on Twitch. He has done everything from haircutting to programming to... Actually, he really likes Pillars of Eternity. I almost bought it in the Steam sale. But then I saw that the price was really no better than any like the GOG sales or something like that. So I'm like, well, you know, I've got a lot on my plate right now, so why don't I just wait for the next sale, and either it's going to be the same price as anything else, because Steam really doesn't do good sales anymore. They just do the same sale that anybody else does. Man, this movie looks badass. Let's just watch this for a bit. Oh, do I really want to do a full 12 hours? I mean, I guess it's a milestone, right? I've only got 56 more minutes. No promises, guys. Maybe there's something like simple that I can do that isn't like Skull Shark coming soon. Maybe there's something that I can do that's not as reliant on me not being a moron. I'll think about it. But yeah, in any case, Leah2 is absolutely deserving of your attention. Really nice guy. I mean, I originally got to know him when he was playing Crusader Kings 2, which is a game certainly I have a bit of a reputation for playing. But again, it's just another one of these great examples of somebody who, you know, is beyond just simply the games that they play. He's a personality. He's somebody I'm sure you'll have a good time getting to know. I know I certainly did, and he's been a big supporter of this cast. There's a lot of games that you've been watching me play, and a couple which I haven't done as much on cast as I would like to, but I've had a blast with. So for instance, I put quite a bit more time into Grand Theft Auto 5, and I get the game now. Like I had a problem with handling the car, and now that I can do that, you know, I've been meaning to actually properly do that on a stream, but of course I was doing that for Crime Week, so it doesn't, I mean, doing like cyberpunk stuff hasn't been there. But I mean, there's some adventure games that he's given. There's he gave us Electronic Superjoy, which was another example of a game which again I never would have thought was my sort of thing, and then I play it and I'm like, oh my god, this is exactly what I like playing. So that's maybe another thing that I should say about him, is that he's got a really sharp eye for what people like. So, you know, I did spend a lot of time talking about how Elkanu is a really good person I can recommend for seeing games at their best and taking a look at them. But I actually think Leah2 deserves a bit of attention on that as well. Thank you so much for that, host. Leah2 definitely deserves some attention in that regard as well, because he's been spot on with his recommendations for me too. Asked because I look about your son's age. I mean, like I said, it's a bit of a stylized photo. I never really talked about it. So Decimate is an app that adds like a lot of noise and sort of garbage. I'm really fascinated by digital images that go wrong. So like one thing that I tried to do for a bunch of like just, you know, funky looking art is I would take like a bunch of photographs and then I would take like their JPEG or whatever, and like I just open it up in a text editor and start like deleting sections or like moving them around or something like that, so I could kind of get these little weird distortion patterns and things like that. And I mean, a bunch of times if you do too much, it just looks like crap. But sometimes you get something that looks kind of interesting and it gives you an idea, and so you flesh it out. So it turns out that Decimate does all that for you. So
they found some unique encryption on the satellite control protocols, and it looks like there's only a single specialized connection with security clearance. I'm sure we get a handle on it by the time your agents are ready to storm Dracogenics HQ. You're doing good work. Keep it up, and I'm sure even their main tower won't be a problem. Keep upgrading, keep messing with them, and this will all work out.
Thank you for your vote of confidence. Where was I going with this? But yeah, so I took a self-portrait. I'm really not that comfortable with my photo being taken, actually, but I took that shot. I got a couple of interesting effects on it, which are not necessary. So the way it looks on Twitter is it just looks like a big black shadow, but it's actually a little more subtle than that if you see the full photo. And I kind of like the effect, so I did it. And I actually don't really have any other portraits of me that are not like a graduation photo. Like, sorry, I don't have any portraits at all. But like most of my photos are like graduation photos, and I'm not entirely sure like a photo of me in a silly hat and a robe, or I guess it's a gown, is quite I don't know if that's quite the image to communicate on my Twitter. I'm already an Ivory Tower guy, so oh yeah, no worries, I'm definitely not 22 SLF, but yeah, thank you for saying it's a nice pic. Actually, I said that was an older photo. I'm actually sorry. I'm not too far off. I'm not too far off from in that photo, I don't think. You're right. Actually, I'd be closer to that age than I thought, based on when that was taken. I don't remember exactly when, but it's ballparkish. Like I don't really think you'd see that many more years on me. Okay, industrial district. I think I'm going to do the relay beacons. I'm not going to make any promises about doing anything else in Satellite Rain, but I am going to shoot for Johnny Big Time's throwing down the gauntlet, right? So, I guess I gotta shoot. I gotta at least shoot for the 12-hour cast. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to find these relay beacons, because that's a nice. This is one of the things, like, so I debated at one point on saying, it's like, okay, when I get to a new level, I'm gonna, you know, I'm gonna end the stream there, and I'm going to I'm just gonna, you know, do the relay beacons on my own, so you don't have to see me go through the level. But it occurred to me that's the wrong way to think about it, because one of the ways that you can do this game is the process of getting the relay beacons actually lets you, like, you don't fast travel through everything. You actually get on the ground, you look at the map, and you gain an understanding of what you're dealing with. Well, I'm very happy to hear that, SLF. So yeah, I'll do my best. Like I said, I'm starting to feel it. I've finished my Red Bull. I have a little coffee left over. But I mean, I made it this far, right? Where's my, you know, I'm glad number 4 is the fat. Where the hell is, am I just caught on something? I'm glad number 4 is the fastest, because they're really not impressing me right now. Alright, so there's a Dracogenics Heavy Soldier. I definitely don't want that attention. But they've got their back turned, so let's just turn off that security camera. Don't mind me, officer. I'm just a lonely citizen checking his ATM. Yeah, you guys have been very, very good to me on this cast. So if 12 hours is a way that I can say thank you, I think I should be giving it a shot. Okay, so there's supposed to be beacons just off to the side. Timmy's can't be far from my place if I need more coffee. You're right, actually, but Timmy's is also the reason I was starting the cast so late. It may be different out east. I'm actually told that the work ethic out east is, I say as I take a sip of coffee. I'm told the work ethic out east is a little bit more strict. But I have noticed quite consistently, whenever I go into a Tim Hortons, I will hear a lot of things like, oh, we're out of that. Or, you know, the lineup. I mean, the worst one for me is that the lineups can be very, very, very slow. And it's been more than a few times that, you know, like, so I don't go because you know, I'm kind of impatient when it comes to this stuff. I don't go to Timmy's as often. And the worst that's happened for me is usually when I'm like going for somebody else on a run and it's like, oh, we don't have that. I'm like, okay, you know, this took how long to, oh man, I really screwed that up. Oh wow, that's a lot of them. Okay, let me get somewhere safe. It's actually only number 4 who's on the alert, so I can split her off if it comes down to that, but I don't think I'll need to. I have no idea why I'm ranting this long about it, but yeah, there's a certain, man, what a bug. That's really funny to watch. Whee! So yeah, I mean, every once in a while, you know, you you can't anticipate everything, right? So I'm not going to give somebody hell. I mean, first of all, I'm not going to give customer service hell about basically anything. I mean, I've had to work as a barista. I think a lot of people have had some equivalent experience of that. There's no reason to make the job any worse than it is for the person. Like, I was gonna say, like, even in some cases where somebody's obviously a complete airhead, I really try to just, you know, leave it at the door. I've got nothing to prove by, like, you know, by being nasty to, you know, to some guy who maybe just doesn't know better. But one of the things that's made it really hard for me to do Tim Hortons is, like, you know, if I'm going on like a Timmy's run for somebody and then, you know, I've been waiting in line, it's like 10 minutes, and then all of a sudden, you know, I go up, it's like, hey, you know, can I get this, this, and this? Oh, we don't have, you know, the second thing on the list. And I'm like, you know, I don't believe the lines need to take this long to work with. But is there some way that you can communicate? Like, it's very clear how often this happens, that they're probably keeping their inventories, like, cut to the bone. Like, they apparently want no waste whatsoever, which is fine. But, like, could you at least put up a sign or something like that saying we don't have the whatchamacallit? Just because, you know, I don't mind going somewhere else to get it. But waiting 10 minutes for the right to do that, that's, you know, it's a little silly. Only people you end up being nasty to is government workers when they just make it a point to be as useless and unhelpful as possible. Yeah, I mean, I'm capable of being, you know, actually, sorry, just give me a second here, guys. Because it's 9 o'clock, I need to do something on my Facebook that I've been doing every day since May the 5th. Okay, I think that yellow dot means there's a scientist in the area I can pick up. Yep. Again, way too many scientists to actually employ them all unless I want to bankrupt myself, but it's nice to have the option. Oh, apparently that was an info broker. That was worth a while. Different facilities have different goodies in them, and now we know what's what. Let's go to work. Cool. I had no idea I was looking for that, but I was happy. You work for the Department of Defense? Yeah. I mean, the one thing about some of the government positions, there's a certain job security behind them. Now, I think the biggest thing is that I have always considered any job that I've done, even like the research assistant stuff or stuff like that, I've always considered it to be some variation on customer service, right? I've always felt if I'm like, so I mean, like, obviously if I'm a research assistant, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be to an audience who understands the subject better than I do. But even with that in mind, I mean, that's not entirely true because I've been asked to like prepare stuff for like conferences and things like that. And like when I did stuff in classics, I was like writing blogs for non-specialists and things like that. But, I've always felt that, like, even in those situations, like, I'm writing something, there's going to be some consumer of this information. Could be my prof, could be, whoever winds up reading this brief, anything along these lines. And so there is a certain, requirement for me to be as clear as possible. Clearly, in the research assistant position, my life is going to be a lot easier if, the prof thinks I'm hardworking, if I don't give them any attitude. I've never had this happen, but like if I plot some results for them or something like that, and they say, oh, hey, could you do this, or could you space it by X, Y, Z, or like any of these things which are like super time consuming and really superficial changes, like not rolling your eyes at someone is a big deal. And it's actually not something you can take for granted. So in those senses, right, it just, like, to me, everything just winds up being a customer service job at that point. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, in the end, so like the thing I'm looking at for my nation's, oh, you just fixed helicopters? I don't know. I mean, at some point you had to report to somebody, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I just think, I mean, especially, it's like the big one for me is like the research thing, especially. I always sort of feel my job should be, one big driver behind a lot of the stuff that I do in my studies has always been that I am interested in it to such a degree that I have committed a very substantial portion of time and money towards the advanced study of the subject. Now, I mean, my individual talent is going to be what it is, right? I'm not going to be Tom Sargent. I'm not going to be, I have not reserved my tuxedo for a meeting over in Europe. But I mean, there's some value that I find in this stuff, right? And so I think if what I'm researching is, I think is important. So, I mean, one, if I don't think it's important, then why am I researching it? I mean, if I'm doing it for somebody else, or, there's like a grant committee or something like that, I mean, okay, that's one thing. At that point, I just say, well, do I want this money or not? I want the money. Okay, well, there you go. There's your audience. But yeah, I was just saying, it's like, at some point I need to think the work that I'm doing has value. It's important. And if that's the case, then I think I should strive to explain it as clearly as possible to an audience who's maybe not a specialist audience. And there are sometimes limits to that. I have a lot of friends who don't consider themselves to be math people, quote unquote. I don't really believe that there are not math people, but I will absolutely concede that there are people for whom that speaking to in that language will present some difficulties. It'll present a barrier. And so if there is a way that I can explain it intuitively for the purposes of illustrating the dialogue, I should strive to do that. I mean, and in the end, this should be a reflection of that I understand the subject well enough that I can think somewhat dexterously and, be able to communicate these things in terms that, the intended audience will understand. Again, there's limits on things, right? I would not expect some CERN scientist to be able to explain, the specific importance of, why the discovery of the Higgs boson was so important to a point that somebody says, oh, okay, can I now see your results and, and verify them? In the end, it's going to be a little hand wavy and just saying is like, well, this is kind of roughly what we're looking for. But again, I think if what you're studying is important, then ideally you should strive to communicate it to as broad of an audience as possible, because they too should find it important. You know, if what you're studying is important, if it has value, then I'm kind of the person who wants to share that as best as I can. And so in that sense, you know, it still becomes a customer service job, because I think, you know, if I were to give this to my brother, you know, would he get it? What kind of questions would he ask me? Is there a way that I can anticipate those questions without, you know, being too, you know, too inflated in my prose? But anyways, Leo2 says, you agree a fair bit, especially in startups. You really should adopt the more I really have better things to do attitude. Because what matters is getting stuff done, not always the prettiest, most fine-tuned, well-planned, most scalable thing out there. Used to love math for the longest time. We've done very little math in the last 15 years, so it's not surprisingly a lot harder nowadays. I haven't. I blindly put it on my wish list because it's the game by the guys who did Risk of Rain. But I haven't seen it streamed, unfortunately, and I... is this... This can't be a restricted area. There's a lot of guards here, but... Oh, somebody's shooting. Oh, tasty, tasty ATMs. Okay, let's try and get a bit of data. Nice. Yeah, I'm interested in it though. I should probably check it out. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, regarding the startup thing too, like in the end, like to me, the customer service point of view is, so like for me, research in the end is knowledge that needs to be consumed. In the end, when I talk about just kind of taking a customer service perspective, oh dear. Guys, so Armor 87 gifted us, what is it called? Not Mavi. Muri. And he also gifted us Stardew Valley. And Leo2 has added to this absolute mountain of obligation that I now have to him by gifting me Deadbolt, which I know is not on that substantial of a discount on the Steam sale. And he says, Mr. Chalk, I have a strong feeling you'll love this. Kerblam, Leo2. Leo2, your generosity knows no bounds, sir. That is quite the gift. I am deeply humbled by the amount that you guys have spent on getting me some more games to play. But I am absolutely thrilled. Okay, this guy's gonna fuck me up. Surprise! But yeah, I mean, so there's two things I can say about the gifts, which is, you know, it's really great. I mean, we all like games, right? And that is money you guys probably should be spending on yourselves. But on top of that, the fact of the matter is that to be gifted a game from you is a tremendous vote of confidence in terms of what I'm doing. To say, you know what, I like what I've been watching, have this game, and I hope I get to see you play it someday, is really, really a really special feeling. So yeah, guys, I mean, I don't even know how many more different ways I can say it. It's great. Leah2, thank you so much. I mean, there's so many. I need to find like some way to properly triage all this stuff that you've given me, because like I mean, I've taken a look at some of it in my own private time. It's all brilliant stuff. Did you hear that spending $5 on others make you a happier person than spending $5 on yourself? Yeah, I believe. I don't remember where I read that, but I have. I still think it's tremendous altruism. But yeah, it's great, guys. I mean, again, all the stuff that you've given me, specifically you, Leah2, but I mean, T. Clark has done this, CPO Williams is a big donor, Jesse Quill has gone crazy. I mean, all of you guys are just so generous. And again, like, all of it is just like top shelf stuff. Like, it's stuff maybe I haven't heard of, maybe I haven't seen it, and it's always like, I'm gonna give this a shot. And it's like, oh my god, I didn't know this could be so good. So it's a little bit of a dilemma now to just try and triage this and find some appropriate times to go up. The adventure games, I've sadly they've sort of fallen by the wayside, not for a lack of interest, but because I really feel like I need to do those in big sittings. Because like what happened with Shadowrun Hong Kong is I decided to do some stuff in between, and now the story's sort of been lost. So, but maybe one of the things I can do is like dedicate a week to like adventure games. I gotta see how I can do that. Maybe like fit in a couple grand strategy titles, so like people who don't like adventure games. I don't know. I'm gonna work on it. But yeah, Leah2, Deadbolt's such a good gift idea. I love Risk of Rain so much, and it's really cool that those guys did a follow up, because I know they're just a couple college kids that that made a really good game. So I really want to see how they follow up. So yeah, that's great, guys. Thank you so much. I mean, I really don't want to calculate the value of what you guys have donated, but it's probably one of my bigger donation nights in terms of gifting. So thank you so much. All right, we have as wide coverage as we need here. Good work, team. Also, adventure games are not necessarily the easiest to stream, but I can play them off stream too. Oh, I have. A couple of them I've played on offline mode because I do a little bit of family sharing. I don't know if the hours are recorded or not, but yeah, there's a couple that I still haven't gotten to, because like obviously I don't want to, like, I figure it's probably better to like do one adventure game at a time rather than like, start 5 and then, just, oh, got past that one level, now I gotta go do this next. It's probably gonna cause myself a little bit of grief that way. But yeah, I mean, there is not a single thing that you've donated, Leah2, that I'm not like, man, what a good call. So yeah, I'm really excited to try Deadbolt now, especially because I mean, if you endorse it, you have not misled me as far as games so far. Okay, guys, I've got about half an hour left. I'm gonna call it for Satellite Rain. Because I feel like, the bank is going to be great. That's going to be good for generating some more money, but I am probably not in a mental state to do a proper bank heist in one of the more advanced levels. So let's call it. Let me just take a quick second here and see what I can load up. I'd love to do some more Mech Warrior, but I have a feeling I'm just going to make a lot of people lose some games doing that. So let's see. Wings of Fees, probably not a good call. Warframe might be kind of interesting, but I think we can do better. I don't know if I have to redo Titan Souls. So many really good ones here, but they're kind of time consuming, so. Good to know, Leah2. I think if I start trying to download it right now, though, that's going to mess with my stream. Let me just take a look. Um, I'm gonna give it a shot. I'm gonna keep a close eye on the drop frames though, because if it takes too long because I'm streaming, then that's not a viable option. But we'll see. I don't see any problems yet. I can do Kirk Serve Delicious. That's actually a really good game. Okay, looks like my ISP's resolved that issue. So we've got about 50 seconds on Deadbolt. Let's just throw up the break sign for a little second while I get some changes done. So guys, just so you know, to do a quick recap of the games that we've played tonight. So we did Satellite Rain, which is, oh, you know what? I should do some Chaos Reborn too. I'm kind of committed on Deadbolt now though, so let me just update the stream titles. So the games that we were playing today, so what you had just been watching is a game called Satellite Rain, as you can see, sort of a spiritual successor to Syndicate, very nice modern take on it. And it's currently 67% off. If you're Canadian, it's about $10.88. I don't know what that translates to in US. And I mean, there's a deluxe edition that comes with like the soundtrack and stuff like that. Have I tried 7 Days to Die? I don't know that much about it actually, SLF. So I haven't tried it, but not for any dislike of it. It's just not one that I've noticed. I can take a quick look at the trailer when I get off cast though. I can definitely check it out. As I know you said you like Minecraft, so is it in a sort of similar vein to that, where you it's kind of crafting oriented? For those of you who've been here kind of since the beginning, we also put a very substantial amount of time into Valhalla, VA-11 Hall-A, Cyberpunk Bartender Action. This is a brand new game that came out. Again, I have to give the price in Canadian terms. It's about $20 Canadian. I think that's $15 US. Really interesting game. It's a bit visual novelish. It's also a little bit like Papers, Please. So consider it, the visual novel is not going to give you dialogue options to branch out the story. Rather, it's going to give you, kind of drinks to make, which are going to affect the outcomes of the game. So it's kind of neat in that sense. But Deadbolt's done downloading. So let me just take a second to set it up. Warning, this game contains rapidly flashing lights. If you have a history of seizures or epilepsy, disable flashing lights in the options and consult a physician before playing the game. Okay, I gotta mess around with the settings a little bit just so I can... Oh wow, this doesn't give me resolution options? That seems a little funny. Oh, because I don't have full screen on. Yeah, it's like zombies. Okay, cool. Wow, something's gone nuts. I think that's intentional though. Okay, I'm getting the impression that there's no way for me to change the resolution. In that case, I'm just going to turn full screen on. This is going to look a little weird on OBS, for which I apologize, but I'll play around with it. I'll play around with it when I'm off duty. Bam. No more break. Yeah, it's not a problem, Leo. The only thing is I've got a weird aspect ratio for my monitors. So both of them are like these ultra wide monitors, and it's most games don't actually handle that well. So a couple of them letterbox it, which is beautiful. And then there's a bunch of games which just are like, we're gonna fill the screen up. You're okay with that, right? And it's a little tricky. Not sure it's quite supposed to look like that. You'd restart. Yeah, it doesn't look like that now. Another night. All right. Oh, nice, really nice way of incorporating the tutorial. Well, actually, I guess they did this in the original. I guess they did this in Risk of Rain too. So okay, use the stairs. Pick up knife. Mouse button to attack. Okay. I am a badass. Oh, hey, that's a nice touch. Hold right then. Oh, it's to throw right. Yeah. I am good at deadbolt. I'm liking this game so far. Okay, I can enter the vent. Oh, that's neat. So this is a great, like, this is a nice little design choice that they make, right? So like, most games would make you like crawl through this. This is kind of stylish to look at, and it gets you right back into the action. So. Okay, so there's point of no return here. Okay, so why do I want the 9mm more than the 32? I think I can get more out of this by blowing these two guys away. It's probably going to alert the downstairs, so I'm going to pull back just so I can get that. If nothing else, I can just use the vent for a quick escape. Ah, that's why I want the 9mm. Okay. Okay, so it does. It's also location based. Cool. Dead simple. 2 minutes, no deaths, 9 kills, 91% accuracy, 27 headshot kills, 5 stars! I've gained 10 souls for 10 total souls. Oh, you're finally back. I can sit and talk, or I can just sit. I will sit and talk. The flames roar to life, and a voice speaks out. Another life, well returned. Mission. My candles tell me tales. Undead form and blossom. Find their abode and knock, and free them from their jails. The flames never spoke in prose. Mission unlocked. Undead are the easiest to kill when alone. Fire licks and sneers, undead zombies included, must be helped towards the afterlife. Alright, noisy neighbors, kill all the zombies. Okay, so there's a vent. It'll take me to the top. I'm pretty sure, so I've got 1, 2, 6 shots. Oh, that was quiet enough not to cause any troubles. Ah, son of a bitch. I missed. Oh wow, I didn't even notice. Okay, I gotta pay more attention. How dare I say this game was... Oh, god damn it, I'm bad. Oh, I don't have any ammo in that thing. Well, I've certainly got myself in a pickle. Oh, but I can punch. Not that that matters. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be shooting at their feet, but right idea. Just need to be faster. All right. Wow. I just can't aim. I think this is the big thing. Whoa. This is gonna be really tricky. Okay, so I gotta find a way of using up all my pistol shots on the first couple of levels before picking up the 9mm. Okay, that's a good start. Jesus, that would have been perfect otherwise. So I gotta wait for the... Okay. I completely missed the fact that there's a way to make the gun zombie answer first. That's the key to this run. Oh, and I fucked it up. Vents can help you flank any... Hey, screw you, game. I don't need your help yet. Okay, well... Jesus Christ. Why did I play this game at this hour? I think it is better that I just accept I won't use all the bullets. Oh, I screwed it up. I can still make it. No, I can't. Oh, and I get to keep the pistol. Okay, this is a big one for me then. I actually get to keep the pistols that I have. So I got 2 shots. And space switches between the 2. Clocked in, clear the first mission. 11 deaths for 8 kills and 74% accuracy. I got a 3-star rating. The game is certainly more forgiving than I intend to be. Alright, 10 minutes. I don't know. We gotta have that music. flames roar to life. The undead begin to crop strange powders from below, incite the flame, eject their brains, and see what it contains. There's a bouncer on the far side of the house. I can kill him to get his weapon. Large zombies with shotguns. Takes a few shots to the head to bring them down. A new drug called Ash. His candles say that it makes you feel like you're alive again. The flames, my employer, want to know more. The good bit is that you can get quite a few attempts in a short amount of time, then quit and continue the next day, etc. That's really cool. So I mean, that was my only complaint about Risk of Rain, was that like you kind of had to, especially if you had like a good run, you had to like set aside the time. So it's like, I'm gonna get a quick round, run in before class or something like that, and all of a sudden it's like, I either need to like give this thing up, or there's any number of reasons why you may not be able to finish a Risk of Rain run, and it's always kind of heartbreaking to do something like that. So anyways, the zombies are selling some strange drug. Find out what it is. Alright. Sparkles. Yeah, it's a really good game. Hammer time. So I'm fairly confident I can take this guy out before the... Well, actually no, because I know only the first one's going to respond. Bring it. Okay, so I'm going to have to throw on this one. Oh, nope, wait till he comes in. So I can vent. Well, not that that does anything, but just take advantage of stealth. Hee hee hee. Whoa! Where'd the gun come from? Oops. Well, I'm dead. E is open door, not R. I'm assuming I'm getting this revolver off the zombies. Can I just go back to the hammer? I like the hammer. Run! Haha. Damn it. They're teasing me. Forgot shotgun guy. I have inspected the drugs. Okay, I only get 2 shots with this thing, so I better make them count. Ouch. Bam. Bam. I am no good at guns. Well, that didn't accomplish anything. Oh, I screwed it up. Didn't run fast enough. That really wasn't the way to do this because he's going to come down. Okay, well, I'm committed one way or the other, so let's... Yeah. Sorry guys, I don't really have a whole lot to say about this other than it's really good and you should all pick it up on Steam. Yeah, this is really one of those things. So there's something about these guys who are able to identify a very simple set of mechanics that make for an extremely satisfying gaming experience. You know, this is like Risk of Rain in the sense that, you know, you have your 4 buttons or so that you need to know. The challenge sort of comes in the experience of, you know, like clearly being able to move around a level and shoot does not imply any particular difficulty level. This one has really, I think this has really done a great job of, you know, so again, something very, like, I can see somebody doing something like this as a first game dev project, but I don't see it being, as fun and as polished unless it's in the hands of somebody who really knows kind of how a gaming experience works. Like, these guys really seem to have kind of got onto something. They really just kind of seem to know how to make a game work. So, flames roar to life, and I see visions inside. The fireplace began to speak. Flesh caskets breathe, burn the ash, scatter their teeth. I see 2 entrances to the house. The left entrance has less zombies, but the right entrance has more weapons. My choice. I see visions of Charon, the ferryman. He may be interested in the souls I have collected for our mutual employer. I should see him at the docks before my next mission. Charon lives at the docks. I can exchange souls for weapons before I accept my mission. I don't need no help from no Charon. Right. So right has more zombies. Sorry, left has... Right, more zombies, more weapons. Oh, sweet! That's a nice touch. Okay, so I'm gonna get fucked up by Shotgun Guy. Told you. Right, that's gonna be a hard one to deal with. Maybe I can like close... I should probably consider closing the door. I just gotta work on that aim. About that aim. I'm fucked. Man, what a disappointing way to go. Get an achievement for beating the crap out of some guy and I die like that. It's no good. Hesitated. Maybe I should just try and put the mouse like over my targets. There we go. Actually, a neat thing too is you notice if you move, like it's actually going to tell you sort of roughly what the effect's going to be. So you know, with my shotgun, if I go like that, Ooh, this is gonna be tough. I should go for the pistol. No vents, unfortunately, but hit the lights. That aim, though. I think in this case I just blast open the doors and go for the cover this time. You know what? Bring him to me. Okay, so I carry 2 weapons at a time. Good to know. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do about that. Okay, I only have 1 bullet on this thing. Whew. I wasn't sure I was gonna win that. I should be thinking about how I can use a vent in there. Well, you know what? You're supposed to be able to start the run this way, so... Thank you, Isilaf. Alright. Oh, 4 stars. I think I'm getting better, guys. Okay, guys. It is 10:04. I am really, really, really tired, and I am really, really, really thrilled that you all decided to join me for this. I wasn't expecting to be streaming so long. I got some amazing gifts from the Steam sale from you guys. The game we are playing right now is Deadbolt. I've only played a few minutes of it. Leah2, you hit it out of the park again. This is a super interesting game. I don't know why I didn't pick it. Like, I really could not have imagined it'd be like this based on the advertising stuff. Like, it really is a game that you've got to play to understand how fun it really is. We got a little MechWarrior Online played. I really like that game. I don't know how much I'll stream it, just because I don't really think a multiplayer game like that lends itself towards my best casting. We've got... Oh god, Akadak, great to see you again. Yeah, and then on top of that, Armor87 really led the charge for us with donating 2 games. He's got, again, we called it Muri, the kind of homage to old sort of CGA style platformers, and Stardew Valley. I mean, that's definitely a crowd pleaser, and I'm really looking forward to being able to play that, to try out Muri, to do more Deadbolt, all the other stuff you guys keep donating. And yeah, I mean, I have to apologize, you know, there's obviously a bit of drama going on my former team that I had to deal with. Never would have thought I'd block the host, but there's a certain point where you say stop sending me messages and they don't stop, so there you have it. Yeah, this is a great stream. I don't think I could have asked for a better start in my career as an independent, so thank you guys. You absolutely made it great. I don't like after a stream like this to say when I'm going to cast again. I am also using this to buy a little bit of time to see if I can find somebody to host for you. But yeah, so I will say I'm not 100% on when I will be casting next, and this is mostly just because I mean, so my original intention was to get a little bit of game dev stuff done in the afternoon. None of that happened. I'm sort of behind on everything. So, you know, I suppose a consequence out of all of this will be, you know, I sort of want to take care of the stuff that I put aside for whatever reason first. Now it looks like I don't have anybody on my follow list other than like an international, like the Dota 2 international stream. But I mean, you guys know what Beyond the Summit is. If you like Dota 2, you can check it out. If you don't like Dota 2, I'm wasting your time. Yeah, does anybody have a suggestion for somebody that we can raid, or should I just call it for tonight? I'm happy to do it either way, but I'll leave it for the rest of you. For the rest of it, I'll just say, again, I can't... I'm going to try and stream again tonight. No promises, because I'm probably going to wind up sleeping for longer than I intend. And, you know, I don't like committing to cast and then not actually fulfilling it. You know, sometimes life happens. There's no way of fixing that, but, you know... The least I can do is keep realistic expectations. So I want to cast tonight, but 12 hours always takes something out of me. So Chago the Swede is a really neat guy playing Warhammer 40k. Which 40k title? I don't think it really matters, but... Oh, and you know a guy doing Kerbal. Damn it, now you got a couple people. Glad Difficult is also great playing Necrodancer. I think in the interests of... Okay, so I haven't seen Space Marine. I kind of want to see what this game is like, because I'm sort of interested in it. So thank you for all the suggestions. This is like super non-democratic. This is really awful of me to do, but I'm just going to go with the first suggestion. Because it's actually a game I kind of want to see myself. So normally I have like a raid message or something like that, but I, you know, I don't know this guy. I don't want to... I want to just kind of dump into his chat with people that I haven't, you know, you're all wonderful, but I don't want to just, you know, put my branding all over the place with an emergency stream. So again, Leotu, our great benefactor, has given us our marching orders. SLF, if you don't mind, if you could maybe whisper me the name of the guy who's doing Kerpal. I quite like the game, and I'd like to just maybe check him out myself. You know, certainly I can only host one person, but I'd love to check out what they're doing. And certainly if some people don't like Warhammer 40k Space Marine, I think it'd be great if they have the option in terms of what they're going to be playing. So, you know, you can say it in chat, you can say it to me privately either way, but I'd actually really like to hear the streamer that you were going to recommend. So we're going to be heading over to Chago. Again, you can, I guess I'll do the shout out. I'm not going to do the raid call just so nobody posts it, but I'm going to hang out there. I don't know how much I'll talk because I really do need to get some sleep, but that's where we're going to be going afterwards. And again, thank you everybody. This is a great stream. Looking forward to doing some more, and we will see you on the other side. See you next time.